the Earth is a globe, Mr. Raccoon, don't you?
Well, duh, like, I'm a redneck, so, I mean, I went to school and graduated the whole 3rd grade, and so, like, obviously, I mean, my teachers told me that, and that's just how it is. We simpletons here, that's just, you know what, that's how it is. You guys are out of your mind.
Well, I'm here to prove to you that the Earth is not a globe, that it's not a 70% ball of water that's spinning and revolving and spiraling and shooting off through the Milky Way galaxy. What do you think of that?
I think that we should take you back to the mental institution. I mean, you already run around speaking in an accent when you're from America, and well, now you make me do it. I'm not a million. I'm a redneck.
Give me your best proof that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, I'll listen.
My 3rd grade teacher told me, gold darn it, and you know what? That's the only proof that I need. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
So somebody told you the Earth is a globe,
And my mom did too.
That was it.
My dad probably doesn't even know what the hell a globe is, so but my mom and my teacher, my brothers and sisters.
Bro, I know what I telling you, the Earth wrong. Saddest man, you song and stupid boy. The Earth not wrong. It's flat. Horse. I can show you a picture now of the Earth. It is wrong, not flat. I don't want to hear nothing about no picture. Picture doesn't lie.
He has every right to do whatever he wants. It's his channel. Remember, he did hit me, you know, he did upload one of my videos a while ago, over a year ago. And that was when I was talking about the space shuttle with the helium, that NASA is the biggest purchaser of helium in all of the companies of the entire country. Wake the fuck up, guys. Come on. You see this thing wobbling on the platform right there.
Justifying the lack of Coriolis deviation with this horse shit? It seems you don't understand what you're supposed to be fighting for, SCIMANDAN. You're supposed to be fighting for the Coriolis effect, the claim that Earth spins underneath an inertial reference frame, showing a deviation. So this lack of deviation, what the hell is this proving, you stupid muppet?
It's proving I spin. Earth does a spin.
So SCIMANDAN tries to prove Coriolis somehow?
No, definitely not, Chocolate, because Coriolis effect is a deviation. An apparent deviation because the reference frame, in this case exampled by the tractor moving along, is supposed to move underneath the inertial reference frame. But this seems to be demonstrating that they travel as one and don't deviate. So what are you trying to say, SCIMANDAN? We don't see any Coriolis deviation on Earth because it's like this example. Well, then we don't see any proof of Earth spin, mate. Muppet.
So this little video is from SCIMANDAN?
Yeah, he tweeted it at me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. This is what they got?
Yep.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out a couple of things here. One, what is the speed of the tractor? Or is this video sped up? That's number one. Number two.
Welcome to the nightly show, where we take the craziest things that happened relatively recent on all over the internet, and we laugh at them with you as we debunk them, discuss them, and make plans to further ridicule the stupid. Yes, I have somebody in my chat before we even started, and he said, "Blotty, blotty, blotty, water level, something, something, water doesn't curve, something, something, something." And I responded to him with, Well, here's my advice. Go back to high school, and then maybe you'll figure out that water curves and that's all a bunch of, horse pucky. But then again, he responded and said, well, weren't you the one that said we shouldn't make fun of flat earthers and that we should try talking to them? Yes, I did say that a long time ago, but I've changed my mind because this thing is getting out of control. And I'll tell you why right now. Religious fundamentalists like Nathan Oakley, Sleeping Warrior, Quantum Eraser have been going on a full frontal assault against anyone out there that tries to debunk them. Also, muting them, kicking them out, but pretending like their mic isn't or their mic's just messing up, or pretending like they own them. And, the deception that they've put out has now changed the game. Most every flat earther who was neutral, just trying to find the truth, that got fooled by some videos, has woken up. They've seen the debunking videos. They may have gotten caught up into the subject by stumbling into boats don't disappear from the bottom up, or they stumble into the moon's light is colder than the sun's and it gives off its own light, or they stumble into something else and it hooks them. It gets them a shot of dopamine. They get kind of mysteriously scared and they say to themselves, what if I've been lied to this whole time, right? And they become a flat earther to some extent, and then they find the debunking videos and wake up because they're honest. What we are dealing with after the Behind the Curve documentary did its damage to the flat earth community now, we are dealing with the deceptive lot that either supports these people like Oakley, Sleeping Warrior, and the others, just, supports them, enables them to continue do you call out Nathan? If you're a flat earther, do you call out Nathan Oakley when he does? Oh my God, I just played that song. I got to take that song off my list because now I'm going to be copyright claimed. Awesome. I love YouTube's rules. Make a donation on PayPal to make up for the fact that I just got copyright claimed live. Let me find a different song and I'll continue with my point. Okay. Here's one of my favorite songs. It's so mysterious. It releases a debunking dopamine hit when you hear it. Anyway, do you have the gall as a flat earther, whoever it was that was messaging me before the show in my live chat, do you have the gall to stand up to Nathan Oakley and Sleeping Warrior and any other flat earther when they ignore facts or if they misrepresent something? Well, good news. I know you're watching because you were in my live chat talking to me before the show started, just minutes before. And tonight on this show, I'm going to show you more evidence, brand new, provable evidence here, that these guys are being deceptive and that they are purposely trying to put on an act, ignoring facts and pushing things that they know that they are misrepresenting so that they can continue making money. And if you are in it for the truth, you will call them out just as much as you tried to come into my live chat and call me out before this. All right. By the way, it's my decision whether I ridicule a flat earther or whether I try to just sit down and talk to them. The last flat earther that I sat down and talked to, that I could recall, I might have talked to a couple since then, but officially on my show, the last flat earther that I had on to talk about the subject turned out to be a predator who went live and blamed his victim and made him blamed his victim as the criminal and said that he should have never been charged because of course they took advantage of him. And that's why things like that happening give me no guilt whatsoever to make fun of the flat earth movement now and to call out these deceptive individuals. But don't worry, we're also going to have some fun. It's actually going to be really fun to call out where they're lying. We got Nathan Oakley yesterday, or we saw this late last night on the live show. So, SCIMANDAN decided to, you know how I put out a challenge, right? I put out a challenge to flat earthers. SCIMANDAN also decided to put out a challenge to flat earthers. And he went into the live stream on Nathan Oakley's channel and got in the live chat and started to give them a little bit of shit about how he's going to challenge them on SciMandan's show. Make sure you're subscribed to SciMandan and be looking for that, because these guys are going to go batshit crazy over it. But SciMandan in the live chat in the debate yesterday is so funny. It completely triggered Nathan Oakley. He went into a full-on meltdown. And Sleeping Warrior normally is on the panel, but for whatever reason, he wasn't on the panel yesterday and got so triggered because he wanted to be on the panel while SciMandan was down in the chat so he could say things, you know, and poke at SciMandan. But since he wasn't on the panel, he just did it from the chat, and it's super funny. Also, he sent them a video. SciMandan tagged Oakley before their show and sent them a video of a guy bouncing on a trampoline on the back of a semi-truck going, or a tractor, I'm sorry, I thought it was a semi-truck, going through a field, and these guys see this. Now, SciMandan didn't write anything. He didn't put, like, you know, this is proof of the globe. He didn't put, like, Coriolis debunked or Coriolis proven or anything, of course. But the team there, literally, after panicking, finding out that SciMandan was in the chat, had a hissy fit and lost their minds over this video. You gotta watch this segment. It's so freaking funny. Also, ironically, after they went off on the Coriolis effect, oh, I don't have any of my stuff on, do I? It's because I was on DLive. Let me turn my stuff on here for you guys. Ironically, though, who else discussed Coriolis yesterday? Well, the Globebusters. Well, they might have did it 2 days ago. But they got it so easily provably wrong that we're going to go in and correct them and laugh at them for how stupid they are. We did this last night on DLive. It was just really late, and I thought, this is too good. We got to go to YouTube with this. Also, I can't figure out this video. I can't figure out if these flat earth puppets, if they are flat earthers or if they are making fun of flat earthers. So we're going to see what you think, and we're going to watch the... Why isn't my chat box working? There it goes. We're going to watch the Flat Earth Puppet Show. It's going to be fun. Then we've got... I think this is a funny video. Dude has 200,000 subs. Is the Earth flat or round? We're going to watch it because it's really cool. Now, this guy says that NASA is the #1 purchaser of helium. You've seen him before. He says NASA is the #1 purchaser of helium. And then says, wake up! Don't you get it? Well, do you understand what he's saying yet? Well, you will when I play it, but he's saying that the rockets are launched with heliums. They're just big balloons. So we're going to try to... I don't know if we can debunk that one. You think? Can we debunk that? That's a hard debunk. Trying to debunk if all rockets are propelled because they're helium balloons. I don't know. We'll try. Then... Oh, yeah. We need to pull this up here because that's the Globebusters video. Then we've got... Red's rhetoric is gatekeeping. Red's is like the most... Other than SciMandan and Conspiracy Cats... Reds is the most attacked debunker out there. I would even go as far as to say, if you ignore the non sequitur stuff and you ignore SciMandan and Conspiracy Cats because they're just, you know, they got big channels and they get attacked a lot, the person who's attacked the most is Red's rhetoric. I have no clue what they're going to say about Red's rhetoric, but this is a really cool clip because a prominent flat earthers joined the discussion with Reds, and they say that Reds got owned. So we're gonna... Hey, Leroy, thanks for joining the channel. Appreciate you. Then we watch the sun set impossibly on a flat earth because the only way that the sun could set like this is if the earth was a globe. So we're gonna see the bitter irony in that video. We've got so much other stuff to hit, I'm not even gonna name it because it'll make our intro take forever. Nightline, Flat Earth Conference, Debunked, DITRH Remix. I don't know what that is. Get to the Center of the Flat Earth Explained by King of Hell, Mark Braun, Blood Over Intent. We're going to look at that. What else we got here? Flat Earth Backyard Crepuscular Rays. Strange ISS footage from Soyuz. And Mr. Thrive and Survive is back. I think we're going to be making fun of him tomorrow on the Silly Shills show. And of course, I'm going to announce it here on YouTube, but the Shills YouTube channel, the Shills, surprised me. So yesterday I went live with them, and that's why I wasn't on YouTube. You type the Shills, first ones that come up, got me? And I'm trying to get them to 1,000 subscribers. We're 100 away. I hope by the end of the weekend we can push the Shills up to 1,000. Did I say 100? They need to get to 1,000. They need 100. Let's get them the 100. We've gotten so many people 100 subscribers in a day before. We need to do it this weekend. I'm going to give us this weekend because I haven't been streaming a lot. I've been sick. So I'm going to give us a couple extra days here. Let's get the Shills to 1,000 because tomorrow I'm going on the Shills with Conspiracy Catz. So I've been scheduled to go on the Shills for a few weeks now. And I went there yesterday, and I just jumped in to talk to Planner Walk, GeoStreber, and the Shills, all that were there. And they surprised me by letting me know that I'm going to be on with Conspiracy Catz. And I was freaking stoked because I love Conspiracy Catz. I've watched every... Conspiracy Catz has 2 channels, Baldy Catz and Conspiracy Catz. And I've watched every one of the videos on both. They're so funny. Conspiracy Catz likes to take all the comments that the Flat Earthers leave on his videos and make skits out of them. He also likes to take clips of all the Flat Earthers being crazy and stuff, and then he edits the clips in like he's talking to them, and it's the most hilarious freaking thing you've ever seen. It's my kind of comedy, that's what I'll say. So I can't wait to be on this channel tomorrow night. I think it's at 7. You know what time it is, Rachel? Huh? No. The Shills tomorrow. I have to be there at 6:30 Eastern, and I'm thinking we're either going to start at 7 or 7:30. Keep an eye out on the Shills. I'm sure they'll schedule the show, but it'll be you know that I'll put it out on Twitter. I'll put it out in the Discord server, and I'll put it out on the community tab here as soon as they get it scheduled up and everything, and that way everybody can be ready for it and good to go there. So anyway, this is going to be a fun freaking weekend because once I go on the Shills and I see Conspiracy Catz there, I'm gonna do what I did with SCIMANDAN, and I'm gonna talk Conspiracy Catz into coming on my show. And since I've already talked SCIMANDAN into coming on my show, I'm hoping I can get both Conspiracy Catz and SCIMANDAN to come over here, and I'm going to prep a show. We're not just gonna sit and talk. If I can get him here, I already know I can get SCIMANDAN here, and when he comes, we're gonna do this that I'm about to say, but hopefully Catz will come too, and we can get that worked out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to prep a show just like I normally do, like my normal freaking nightly show where I have like a million clips of things up there. I've got a bunch of stuff ready and everything else, except instead of just me doing it, I'm going to try to get Catz and SciMan to do it. And if I can't get them both here on the same day because of their schedules, I'll see if I can get them to both do it independently. You got me? It'll be freaking awesome. That way it'll be more than just a live discussion. It'll actually be us doing something here. So it'll be freaking awesome, guys. Tomorrow night, all of it kicks off tomorrow night on the Shills channel, sometime around 7 or 7:30 or something like that, p.m. Eastern time, when me and Conspiracy Catz and the Shills hang out for a few hours. They have a bunch of videos prepped. It's going to be freaking awesome. Please go subscribe to the Shills. One more time, I'll drop their link over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this started. We got a lot to do. I don't know how long we'll be on YouTube tonight, but I could be on YouTube until 4 in the morning. I got so much stuff going on in this show. I'm going to try to cut it in a couple hours, so we got to get going. It is the 27th, Friday, the 27th of September. If you feel like making a super chat tonight, just consider PayPal, paypal.me/UNIRock. You can join and subscribe, but make sure no matter what, hit that like button and let's get this started. Broadcasting from the East Coast of the glorious United States of America, I'm your host, UNIRock. This is UNIRock Live. I think we should start with this. Because this is too good. SciMandan, the SciMandan, goes into the Mouth of the beast. He jumps into the eye of the beast itself. Is that even a saying? He jumps into the storm of the beast itself. I don't know if that works either. Okay. Anyway, he goes deep into the flat earth debate while they're watching a video that he sent them, and they all have a literal meltdown. And we're going to watch it together right now.
Because the reference frame, in this case example by the tractor moving along, is supposed to move underneath.
Nathan Oakley is either such a shill or so deceptive or so dumb that he thinks the Coriolis effect should rip this guy off of his trampoline. That shows how much he understands about physics and about the Earth.
The inertial reference frame. But this seems to be demonstrating that they travel as one and don't deviate.
Oh, I forgot.
So what are you trying to say, SCIMANDAN? We don't see any Coriolis deviation on Earth because it's like this example.
Of course, this segment is the Dunning-Kruger effect in action. All right, I forgot the whole slide.
Well, then we don't see any proof of Earth spin, mate. Muppet.
So
He's
this
getting
little
triggered.
video-
Listen as he slowly gets more and more and more triggered as time goes on. And then keep in your mind that SCIMANDAN is going to be doing a video challenge at these guys next.
It was from SCIMANDAN?
Yeah, he tweeted it at me.
Really?
Yeah.
So good, dude. So good.
Wow, okay. This is what they got?
Yep.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out a couple of things here. One, what is the speed of the tractor?
Hold up. If he tweeted it at him, we have to have context. We can't just go into this blind. Let's see what the tweet said, and then we'll make up our mind about how they're reacting, because I feel like they overreacted a lot. Okay. Let me go to SCIMANDAN on Twitter. All right, got there. Now, let's see if we can find the tweet that he sent to Oakley that made him flip out. Just found out the Amsterdam Flat Earth Conference have canceled most days and are only having a single behind closed doors day. Ooh, wonder what happened there. I'm sure we'll find out. This guy just can't accept science. I got to start using Twitter more. All I do is tweet stuff. I don't ever go and check. Oh, hold on. What's this? Oh, found it. Okay, so he did this. Nathan Oakley 80. You and your reference frames have been ruined. I like saying ruined that way. I know it's a little weird, but can't I have my own way of talking, please? You and your reference frames have been ruined. This video is a great example of relative speed and movement of projectiles in action. Unbelievable Production says, "You're a clown, Sci-Fi Man Dan." Is that freaking QE? I don't provide financial advice. Tweets are for entertainment. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Elon Musk, maybe it's fake. Huh. But instead, watch some amount of hours of QE presentations. Sounds like you're scared. That's QE, yes. Yes, because watching QE would be more useful. Nathan has no idea what he's talking about. He makes stuff up as he goes along. So wonderful. Your personal incredulity does not cause Nathan not knowing. No, Nathan caused him not knowing. Nathan does that. What he is talking about or making stuff up, caution does not equal correlation, Dan. I'm sure if that was the case, you'd want to show that off in a debate with Nathan. Nathan won't do debates with anyone. He sits on his channel and does his... It's not a Flat Earth debate on Nathan's channel. It's Flat Earth... I can't remember the term. Echo chamber. It's Flat Earth Echo chamber, not Flat Earth debate on Nathan's channel. So if Nathan did want to debate somebody, he would challenge them to a debate and go to a neutral channel to do it like everybody else does. Why won't Nathan do that? You think SCIMANDAN wouldn't debate Nathan? You think I wouldn't debate Nathan? I would debate Nathan, but I'm not going to do it on the Flat Earth Debate channel where he mutes you and pretends like your microphone's messing up or that he didn't hear you, and then he screams and yells and plays his semantic games. Okay, so now we know. All SciMandan said was this. You and your reference frames have been ruined. That alone caused all of this.
Or is this video sped up? That's number one. Number two, why are there boards?
Is the video sped up? Really? Were you not watching the video? Do you need help, whoever you are?
In front and back of that trampoline. Why not just have a trampoline back there? Why are those?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the boards are there to, in case the guy flies forward or back, they don't want him dying, or if the wind picks up and shoots the guy off the back of the freaking thing. They just don't want the guy to die. It's pretty simple.
There. Why?
Now, what I want you to do is to listen. Wouldn't this be like, this sounds like a bunch of kids finding this video and going out on the playground, sitting down with an iPad like, why isn't this guy flying off the trampoline? What's going on here? That's what this sounds like, honestly.
Why are they so high?
Now. I know what you're thinking. UNIRock, this seems boring. Why are we watching this? Because SciMandan jumps in the live chat and they all get uber triggered. Take a look.
What's the point?
Why have they got guys guiding them? They bounce. Why can't they just jump up and down? Anyway, a lot of questions about why we don't see a deviation in this example. How does this prove Earth spins? This is just a justification for why we don't see any deviation. Yes. Here you go. Here's an example of no deviation. Well, the deviation's what you need, Dumbo. SciMandan. What the hell? Don't you understand your own argument? Hey, Arwin, and hey, Quantum Eraser.
It's supposed to put 2, 1, and 3 and then have a word after it. I'll just redo it.
Got the same disease that
Let me see if I can do it through here.
Yeah, fighting against the Coriolis deviation we should see to prove Earth spins. Yeah, it seems he's got the same affliction as Rumpus, Zanuck, and a lot of other ones, including George Ballsack, or whatever his surname is.
Uh-oh. I want you to listen for how Nathan gets progressively more and more and more triggered, okay? And my poll, I messed it up. I don't even know how to use these polls yet in Streamlabs. We'll do one next time and we'll get it running.
10th man. What did 10th man say? Say that again, 10th man.
I said, why does he have the other contraptions on the back bed, like the boards blocking air, and what is the speed of the
10th man? You just debunked something. Say that again, 10th man. So dumb, dude.
Tractor in actual miles? It's hard to tell.
We need a live chat.
Precisely.
Precisely. Really, Huey?
Take a look at the speed of the tractor and the wind blocking boards.
Why? What does that have to do with what SciMan was saying?
So, what you're telling me there, SciMandan, what a clown you are. If I get on a flatbed truck and I'm racing down the highway at 80 miles an hour and I throw a ping pong ball up in the air, are you saying that ball's coming back down in my...
Yes, it will come back down in your hand as long as there's no wind resistance. Exactly. That's what we're saying, yes.
Hand? How about a baseball?
Yes.
How about a softball?
Yes.
How about a watermelon?
Yes.
Friggin' bozos.
We're bozos because we think that if you throw... So if you're riding in a car and you toss it, what do you think happens? As long as you're not accelerating or decelerating, you're going to constant speed on a flat surface, what do you think's going to happen? What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? That's something like a kid would say. And then he'd get all cocky like, I just won the battle. Anyway, so SciMandan's coming in very soon, okay? He's going to be in the chat, and these guys are going to flip.
Boards away and pick up the speed. This is, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, but you see it later.
Retard.
Sorry. Sorry, Flop. How about, who cares? The claimed globe proof is Coriolis deviation. And here's what? An example of no deviation?
No, what are you talking about? There are so many more basic things that prove the globe. Why do you need to get all complex with Coriolis? You haven't even explained the night and day cycle and the Terminator line yet. Why are we even doing this? I mean, I get you trying to do it so that you got content for your channel, but we all know why you're ignoring the basic proofs and trying to go towards these other things. We know.
What the hell's this proving then?
Oh, he's about to get really angry. So let me turn it down just a little. It's like instant demonetization because of Oakley getting angry.
Conservation of momentum.
Yeah.
That's it. So,
Conservation of momentum.
I'm with who cares. This is not.
first of all, he needs to prove that with spins over there is any momentum that's to be conserved.
Nathan,
It
you are
gets
correct.
better.
You are correct because it's messed up on so many levels. But you are correct, sir. What are you trying to prove here with this specific example, SCIMANDAN, without even talking about the boards or the speed? You're correct. It's a joke.
Well, it's not a joke. It's a real video. And he said, you and your reference frames have been ruined.
Well, assuming the vehicle they used, it must be a detraction.
Sorry, it says this video is a great example of relative speed and movement of projectiles in action.
That's not what SCIMANDAN said. SCIMANDAN said that this ruins your reference frames. Okay, so go down and take a look at what Sleeping Warrior says. Let's make sure it's him. You know, I don't want it to be a troll pretending to be him just saying dumb stuff. Okay, it's really him. He says, to argue that the Earth is tipping backwards at sunset is ridiculous. The sun clearly moves, not us tipping backwards. Oh, okay. All right. Very smart.
Is that a globe proof?
No, he's not saying it's a globe proof. He's saying that it ruins your argument on reference frames that you always use. It's pretty obvious what the man said. You've got it on your screen.
Are you confusing what you're trying to prove, SCIMANDAN? Coriolis.
Oh, he's getting really... Now, what you listen for with Oakley, for him to get triggered, he starts talking like he had a stroke recently, okay? So he'll go real slow. It'll sound like it's really hard for him to get words out. Coriolis recently... You'll hear it, okay? And it'll get worse and worse and worse until he starts yelling. But I think it's 10th man is in a minute is going to say, SCIMANDAN's in the chat. And then they all just start breaking down after that.
Deviation. That's what you need. Not a justification for the lack of deviation that we actually observe. Because that's not proving Earth spins, you dimwit.
Do you think Simon will ever come on here and actually debate?
No, I don't think SCIMAN would ever come on your show to debate. He would, though, just like any of us would, debate you on any other channel, any neutral channel, any channel that won't mute and kick and, enforce some amount of, Steve McRae would be a great moderator. Many moderators out there that would be very fair, that have proven to be fair. Sean would be a great moderator. But no one's going to walk into the Flat Earth echo chamber when Oakley provably, just yesterday, just in the last few days, last few weeks, I can count so many different times. He'll mute you the minute you start to debunk the Flat Earth. He'll scream and yell, and then he'll kick you just to make sure you can't get it out in front of his brainwashed audience. And that's what we all avoid by not coming on this show, because it's not a debate. If it was a debate, it would be neutral. They would encourage conversation. This is why Nathan Oakley's channel, it deserves to be criticized until it becomes a debate or changes its name and stops calling itself a debate or admits that it's a satirical debate. He has admitted that this is satirical very long ago, but he acts like it's a serious debate now. So change the name, admit that this is some kind of satirical comedy hour, whatever you have to do. But it's not a debate. It's definitely an echo chamber. So it's a definite deception.
Clearly not. He'd rather tweet me with this complete crap.
How is it crap? It's a guy bouncing on a trampoline. Why does that make you so angry? I don't understand. Why can't you sit down and talk about the man bouncing on a trampoline? In fact, it's a pretty good video, even without SCIMANDAN saying that it ruins your reference frame argument. Notice one thing that Oakley doesn't do. He doesn't talk about how it debunks his reference frame arguments.
SciMan Dan? What is he going to come on and talk about fences?
Talk about gates, yeah. Talk about gates for a while.
They're so pissed about that. So for those of you that don't know why these guys always equate SciMandan to fences or gates, it's because he had a viral video that got millions of views and got him probably 80 or 90,000 subs, just that video. Maybe 70, but millions and millions of views. It was a good video, too. It was a flat earth experiment where a guy put 2 cameras on a fence and played some like generic rock music while he just sat there and pushed the fence. Gate closed and pushed it open, and pushed it closed and pushed it open. Then he sits down all cocky like Globe debunked. You know what I'm saying? It's a great video. And they're so mad that he got a viral video. They're so mad that it got him all of his subs. And, well, not that video got him all of his subs, but it got him a giant chunk of subs, helped him become what the channel he is today. They're very triggered by that.
So if Sanic was here, he's going to say, well, make a quick right turn and get to the next latitude. And that guy's going to be splat on the ground.
Well, yeah, he would. What do you think he would do? Follow the tractor? You guys really think that if once he bounces, and if the tractor makes a hard right, you don't think he's going to splat on the ground? You think he's going to follow the tractor? Really? Is anyone going to object to this? Is anybody going to jump in and try to fix this? Anybody?
This is sad as shit. This is what they got as proof of Coriolis.
It's not.
No, we've got proof of Coriolis. So much proof of Coriolis. In fact, I'll describe Coriolis very quickly today and completely destroy any of your guys' arguments against Coriolis, and it'll do it in just a few seconds here coming up after we see this. But why do you think they keep trying to equate this as to some kind of proof to Coriolis or proof to the globe, when all he's saying is that it debunks one of Nathan's arguments? Well, this is what they do. This is why it's deceptive.
Showing Coriolis.
Exactly my point. The proof is no proof. Thanks.
You need any proof of Coriolis? You do need some. Try firing a bullet to the north over a very long distance and see that you're not going to hit your target unless you correct for it. You could test it there. Look at hurricanes in the northern hemisphere and hurricanes in the southern hemisphere and look at how they rotate. Yeah, there you go. You got some there. I mean, do I need to go on, honestly?
I think the only example we're seeing here is one very deeply confused baller.
Well, you're wrong. Actually, you're seeing a baller debunk Nathan Oakley's reference frame argument. That's what you're seeing.
What I see is lots of fundamentalist religious globetard zealots that are...
Well, you missed up one thing. The religious fundamentalists are you guys, provably, but that's what every religious fundamentalist does. They try to say everyone else is one but them. But go ahead. It's okay.
Deeply troubled by our arguments.
Here he goes. He's getting triggered. He can barely talk. Take a listen.
Arguments.
Because I think this is where SciMan pops in. So.
To the point that they need to go out and dig out little videos. Go to physics forums and ask people deemed to be more intelligent than themselves for the answers to our questions.
No, that's just called debunking you. That's actually normal. That's how it works.
That's what I see. People
of
troubled.
Course people will go grab stuff to debunk
over
you.
Anything SciMandan has got to say. I don't...
Yes, you do, or you wouldn't have brought it up.
Watch SciMandan. I'm not
It's so ironic. It's because SciMan jumps in here in just a second.
interested in any of his nonsense assertions that will reify a model and use an R value they have no proof of. None of that concerns me. But they're deeply concerned with our arguments that we put forth about the lack of Coriolis deviation claimed to prove Earth spinning, and the assumptive argument whenever detailing these effects. Presumably if he was here, he'd be saying, oh yeah, the tractor's analogous to an Earth that spins, begging the question automatically in his example. But he won't even get that far. He won't even qualify what he's supposed to be proving. Just a tweet of a tractor. What have you got a bit of a tractor interest?
Well, if you watch, you can't say that you don't know what he's done or has or hasn't done when you say you don't watch his videos. We know you do because you've named several of his videos and talked about them just in this show, but you know, you can't have that contradiction there, so I'll correct it for you.
the hell kind of crap is this?
That's
subtle,
not me.
Subtle Skype. Hey, Ranty.
Hello.
I've got it on mute. I've got the line muted. What's going on?
All right, let me try to where are we at? 1351. Let me try to kick the live stream up here. Just
But he
to
won't
make
even
sure
get
it
that far. He
refreshes.
won't even qualify what he's supposed to be proving. Just a tweet of a tractor. What have you got a bit of a tractor interest? What the hell kind of crap is this?
That's not me.
Subtle Skype. Hey, Ranty.
Hello.
I've got it on mute. I've got the line muted. What's going on?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Right. Good stuff.
Good,
What's
good
that SCIMANDAN playing at? It's ridiculous. I thought it's a joke, obviously, isn't it?
Ranty heard the name Psyman. He heard, you know, these guys hear the name Psyman, they come a running.
Well, it is a joke.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ranty. Sorry.
Yeah, it has to be a joke. He's definitely just trolling you.
No. I do not think he's actually asserting that, look, Earth and atmosphere travel as one. That's his argument.
Yeah, it does. It provably does. Very, very easy to understand and prove. It's definitely does, yeah.
Because he's listened to the other Muppets who are
No, you don't have to listen to any Muppets. Nope.
flying in the face of a Coriolis deviation and justifying the lack thereof. While I point out here that it's ultimately a begging the question fallacy.
He's really, really upset. For anyone that just got here, he's really mad because Psyman just sent a basic video to debunk one of his arguments. You and your reference frames have been ruined. I have a weird tick. Whenever I say the word ruined, I say ruined when I'm not thinking about it. It's an old condition of Family Guy. I watched too much Family Guy back in the day.
What they're going to do, if he was here, is say the tractor's analogous to an Earth that's moving. So automatically begging the question.
That's not what he said.
That he's got an analogy of a moving Earth, like the moving.
No, it's pretty simple to see what he's saying. I mean, you really don't get it. Do you really not get it, Nathan?
Tractor. They just beg the question. That's all they do. The tractor's like the moving Earth, so Earth's automatically moving in your example then. Your analogy.
What? Really? Are you okay? Did you, like, I joke about him having a stroke, but did he really have a stroke, or is he like, is he so triggered that he's just lost it?
Is automatically juxtaposed with a moving Earth, so you're automatically begging the question. That's what we're
He's gonna start getting loud.
Pointing out here. Not actually having the stupid Coriolis argument anymore. Pointing out that it just begs the question of a spinning ball Earth. The very thing they're trying to prove.
Who's trying to prove it? We're just debunking you. We don't have to try to prove anything. We just debunk you guys and move on to the next one.
Well, it says right in the title. It's from
He wants
Zone
your attention
Physics,
clearly,
September
Nathan.
24th.
You're giving him too much credit, Ranty. He's not trolling, Nathan. This is actually a serious post here. Where did he put this? Did he talk about what?
This is the 90th time they'll have to say where it was posted. He tweeted it to him, QE.
He was trying to prove, or what?
No, of course not. He's not going to qualify his example and leave it overtly obvious how wrong he is. He's just going to loosely throw something up on Twitter that says...
Oh, heavens.
Here you go. Here's an example
I won't even
of,
go there.
presumably, Earth and atmosphere travelling as one. Giving you no Coriolis deviation, Muppet.
And this is
no explanation.
And this is the caliber of the people that they follow.
I get it. They're mad because since he didn't explain it, they all have no clue what he's saying, and it freaked them out. Okay.
He didn't give you any explanation. He just posted a video.
Yeah, what you see there is what you get.
You should be pretty much, pretty easy to understand, right, guys? Everybody in my chat, pretty easy to get it, right? That's scary, though. Look how far dude tips down at the bottom. Look. He almost smacked. Look at that shit. Oh my god, that's scary. It looks like his body's gonna smack the bottom of the tractor. Look at how close he comes. Oh my god, that's creepy, dude.
It's a tweet.
What a clown.
He wants your attention, Nathan, doesn't he?
They all do, Ranty.
Why
They all do.
doesn't he show up? Why doesn't he show up here one day? I don't understand. What are you tweeting from the Never land? Like, I don't understand.
Simon
Tweeting from Never Neverland.
Dan doesn't show up on other people's shows.
No, he doesn't, does he? Now, see, Arwen's just a liar. He's a really dishonest guy. SCIMANDAN actually is coming on my show sometime in the next... After he does his marathon, of course. He's busy. He's a busy guy. You actually have to be professional. You just have to reach out. You just have to ask him. You just have to be nice and professional, and he'll come on your show. He's going on the SHILLS. The SHILLS only have 900 subs. So if these guys will say, SCIMANDAN will only go on shows that have a lot of subs. That's not true. You go on the SHILLS show. By the way, you need to help the SHILLS out, y'all, and subscribe to them. I'm trying to help get them to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the weekend. So help me do it. Just type the SHILLS into the search, and it'll come right up at the top. Anyway, complete lie, Arwen. Easily ridiculous, but...
Doesn't even answer.
He just tries to pull people over to his.
Why not?
Why is he
Because he
tweeting
knows he's a
Nathan?
retard.
So why is he tweeting this bullshit at Nathan? Come on, man.
Well, let me help you for the 9th time, dum-dum. You and your reference frames have been ruined. He's debunking you.
Get the hell off your whack-ass seat with your little globe. Come on the show.
With your little globe.
Come on,
The globe is very big. Who is that guy? Is that guy's name Chocolate? He's the one that tries so desperately to fit in with them. It's a big globe. It's not a little globe.
Dan, come and presuppose that the tractor's analogous to your presupposition of a spinning ball Earth. Come on, beg the question here so we can rip you a new one.
Show my screen,
please.
Please.
You're on. I'm only joking.
Well, so one of the flat earthers decides to kind of, go around and see if they can figure out what SCIMANDAN is saying with this video, and they find this. Flat earthers need to watch this video so that they understand some basic physics. How can a plane land on a spinning earth? For the same reasons that this guy can jump on a moving trampoline.
I just found that on YouTube. Can you see this?
Yeah, I've got you up, yeah.
Flat earthers need to watch this video so they understand some basic physics. How can a plane land on a spinning earth?
What?
For some reason, this guy can jump on a moving trampoline.
Oh my God.
What a dingbat.
What a dingbat.
Actually, to me, this is one of the topics that we were talking about before. Everybody I've heard and talked to on the Discord.
And yes, once again, Nathan puts pictures up that show that the flat Earth is not possible while they talk. It's a bitter irony that only the deepest of conversations could understand.
And even this video, to me, shows that they think we don't understand reference frames. And I've actually told them this is not our argument. Reference frames aren't our argument, and this just proves it. So,
well, why is it that every time Nathan talks about this, he says reference frame like 85 times?
they're trying to argue reference frames, but that's not the argument we're making.
Yeah.
It shows that.
I'll say it again. The reason they want to argue reference frame.
Here we go. All right, SCIMANDAN shows up, and he's got fishing pole and fish, fishing pole and fish, fishing pole and fish emoji. So if you can kind of see what he's saying here, right? You can get it, right? He's casting his trap out to them. He's actually he's stealing my shtick. This is what I do, SciMan. I challenge these guys to things. I trick them into responding. For those of you that don't know, I had a mysterious request go in to one of the shills while I was talking to the shills yesterday. I think that it came in right before I went on or while I was there, but they got a message from someone that said that Sleeping Warrior wanted me to join his Discord server. Now, for those of you that don't know, I laid a trap for Sleeping Warrior in my video right here. I challenged Nathan Oakley, Arwen, Quantum Eraser, and Dell. So whose name isn't there? Well, of course, Sleeping Warrior. And I put this up on the screen. 2, Dell, Nathan Oakley, and Huey and Arwen. After seeing Sleepy's paper, I realize that he's not up to par, and I leave Sleepy out of everything, knowing that it would trigger him into getting angry after a few days. He'll be sitting around like, why did that guy say that? Why did he challenge me? He should have challenged me. I'm going to reach out to him. Yeah. I'm going to get out. I'm going to reach out to him. So, yeah, he sent somebody to come to the Shills and give them a Discord server and say, give this to UNIRock. Get him to come talk to Sleeping Warrior. So, although, since me and SCIMANDAN both are putting out a challenge to these guys, kind of like within days of each other, it's probably a coincidence. Maybe he's not copying me. I'm just messing with SCIMANDAN, okay? Me and him are cool.
Just messing with him. Coriolis example starts with a spinning reference frame.
You know what? I'll make a text bar that'll pop up every time that Nathan Oakley gets triggered. So when he's starting to get triggered, I'll put a little alert up on the screen.
So automatically analogous to their begging the question fallacy. So they're saying, let's argue about Coriolis. In other words, to translate that loosely, let's automatically assume Earth is comparable to a spinning reference frame. Then they just go, well, the fact that we should see a deviation in that example of Coriolis, that bit's lost on them. You know, literally, it's completely lost on them. Your proof of Earth spin is the deviation that SCIMANDAN is showing us why it doesn't happen, apparently, when he begs the question that a bloody tractor's analogous to a spinning Earth.
These people kill themselves, suicide each time.
Oh, that was dark. That was dark.
This is why people don't come here. Realize it. They are troubled by our arguments, and it brings me great joy. Right. We're all living rent-free in the...
I don't know if I would say that it brings you great joy. I would use a different word to describe what happens to you, but okay, now, right after this, one of them says, "Oh, SCIMANDAN is in the chat."
These fundies' brains, they're deeply troubled to the point where they leave our company and go off to the physics forums and ask for the answers they can't answer. Do they get answers? No. Of course not. But they're still very troubled by what we have to put down here. Yeah? We've had 18 months now. Bit of Dell came at me then. We had 18 months of housekeeping questions. None of them have been addressed.
Well, there's another dishonest statement. In fact, many small channels have debunked Nathan Oakley's housekeeping questions systematically, but also some bigger channels have been stepping in and debunking his housekeeping questions. SCIMANDAN has debunked his housekeeping questions, and then on top of everything else, Bob, the science guy, did not just debunk Nathan's housekeeping questions, but then posited housekeeping questions too. Nathan, that he ignored and didn't answer, that would help debunk the flat earth. Of course, Nathan couldn't respond, or else he would have had to debunk, you know, what he would say in responding he would mess it up and it would debunk the flat earth. So anyway, just making sure you all know that's bold-faced, huge lie number 2. And there's many more lies I could get nitpicky with. I'm not going to nitpick. There's 2 obvious lies there.
None. Not one. We don't live on a spinning Earth flying through a vacuum. The Earth's obviously observably flat and stationary and motionless, and there's no evidence whatsoever to prove we live on a spinning ball. Now, our questions allude to this, and we're not losing sleep over it. We know the nature of our reality. It's obvious. These fundies, they need answers. They need to go and find little video clippets to fly in the face of their own proof that they claim that Earth spins, in this case SCIMANDAN, showing you how we don't have deviation, eh, Simon? Well done.
He is on his way to becoming a flat earther now. Trying to realize that.
What was that?
Well, I get the idea that the
There he
ballers are
goes.
trying
Look, there it
a
is.
new strategy
There it is.
to
Here it
overcome
comes.
this whole
Here
issue
it
of them
comes.
not being able to answer the questions.
Now, I would make a pop-up for what Arwen says, but Arwen is so lost in the sauce, and he's too concerned with his feels and his emotions, if you've ever heard his show. He just talks about himself for an hour every morning, but so I won't even bother with a pop-up for Arwen.
By trying to co-opt...
There it goes. There's Simon going by right there.
The flat Earth side of the...
Arwen seeing it like,
answer,
You
and
hear him,
then
like-
making it appear like they overcome...
It's so good. I got to hear it again. I'm sorry.
Co-opt able to answer.
Watch it.
New
Okay, so look.
to
Simon is here. He goes. Simon's gonna come by on the screen, and Arwen's gonna like slow down and be like, duh, 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 duh.
overcome this whole issue of them not being able to answer the questions by trying to co-opt the flat Earth side of the answer, and
He sees
then
it.
making it appear like they overcome the problem, not by answering, but by co-opting the opponent's argument.
So
and then
good, dude.
trying to hide that doesn't actually answer the question. It's become a core new strategy.
What?
I think. What do you guys
You
think?
must think. You must think. Yes.
Yeah, I kind of follow you.
I have a question for
They end
John.
up arguing that everything moves lockstep, so there is no Coriolis effect, all that. You know? It's an attempt to co-opt the opponent's argument.
By the way, I will completely smash everything that they've said, debunk them in just a few seconds after we get done going through the video clip, because it's that easy. The concept, the reason why this clip is so good for anyone that's jumping in and coming in through the middle of it, the thing that they're arguing is so easy to understand. And that's what makes this so good, that they don't get it, they can't get it, they get it so wrong, you know. Okay.
Argument. It's
it's a way of taking us saying there's no deviation, and within the context of a begging the question fallacy that Earth's spinning, explaining why there's no deviation on a spinning reference frame. So you're still begging the question that Earth spins, but explaining why we don't see the very effect that's claimed to prove it spins, in this case Coriolis. So your lockstep Earth and atmosphere, or your lockstep trampolina with a bloody tractor, is a demonstration of a lack of Coriolis deviation, the very thing that's supposed to prove Earth spins. And they need to have the argument, because it starts with the spinning reference frame, it starts with them with a juxtaposition.
For those of you that can't tell, the Nathan Oakley getting triggered sign will flash faster with the more triggered that he gets until it stays on, and then it will reduce as he calms down.
Between that tractor, that spinning reference frame, that roundabout, and a spinning Earth. Earth that's moving is always the starting premise. In other words, it seems to me now like a clumsy way to beg the question, basically.
Nathan, Pete Shea just put on.
Oh, was right. In that example, you're only dealing with a non-inertial. You're only dealing with an inertial reference frame in that example because it's only moving in one direction.
Non-inertial, believe it or not.
Hey, Nathan, Pete Shea just posted something in chat. I'm dying. It says, "The nature of our reality is not obvious."
You know why they call him P. Shea, right? Or Pissy Pete. Not only did Oakley... I heard last night that Oakley, Patricia Steer, and somebody else about a year or two ago went live on the Potatoes channel talking about how it's beneficial to drink your own pee-pee. Well, Pee-Pee Shea argues that all the time that you should drink your own pee-pee, and he drinks his own pee-pee on his videos. That's why they call him Pissy Pete or Pee-Pee Shea. Okay.
Earth is...
I do like the nickname Pee-Pee Shea. I do. Or Pissy Pete. Those do work really well in context.
only flat and stationary in relation to a spinning ball. Flat and stationary in relation to a spinning ball. Is this guy insane?
Pete? Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah, he is insane. Oh, hold up. So SCIMANDAN says, I do have a question for Nathan and Anthony. It will be out soon. Ooh. Ooh. The chat's going to blow up now. And then once these guys are told that SCIMAN's in the chat, they're going to have a hissy fit.
SCIMANDAN is in the chat on YouTube.
There it is.
On the YouTube
There it
chat.
is.
He's in there.
Oh, come on.
Come in here, buddy. Come explain this bullshit ass video you just dropped in here with your ridiculous ass.
Actually, full chocolate.
Who the hell are you trying to kid with this nonsense, man? Please come in here and explain this bullshit.
if you have balls.
Why would he have to explain it? It's so apparently simple, dum-dum. It's so simple. My goodness. Not only did he explain it, but it's simple. It's easy. Good Lord.
He has only one ball, Chocolate.
So just to address Babs. So no, not the inertial reference frame. Seems weird because it's a travelling, moving tractor, right? It's the non-inertial. That would be the analogy.
I thought the inertial reference frame.
Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, you go ahead. You thought the inertial reference frame.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm not allowed to talk right now, am I?
I'm what?
I'm going to get in trouble for talking, aren't I, Dad?
I thought the inertial reference frame was the one that was moving in one straight line.
Weird. Why are you guys talking about inertial reference frames right now after SCIMANDAN appears when you've spent the last 10 minutes trying to avoid going into inertial reference frames? Interesting. I mean, it couldn't be that you do understand what SCIMANDAN was saying when he said you and your reference frames have been ruined. You do understand what he's saying by this video, and you were just trying to, you know, be a little bit deceptive there. I don't know.
It is
deviating at all, and it wasn't subject to any forces.
Yeah, that's correct. But just because the tractor's travelling in a straight line doesn't make it analogous to the ball that's travelling in a straight line with a rotating platform underneath. The rotating platform underneath is the non-inertial reference frame, and the reason is simple. Coriolis effect is an observation from a non-inertial reference frame, and it's describing a not actual deviation. So the effect that's being described are you seeing the ball seem to deviate away from you because you rotate underneath would make the frame that the description of the effect is coming from not actually moving. You yourself are seeing an effect of you moving that's being described in the Coriolis effect, but that reference frame is the non-inertial reference frame.
I can't click the Oakley getting triggered button any faster. You're just gonna have to imagine it's flashing so fast that it looks like it's staying on.
You're observing something traveling through the inertial, i.e. you're observing the inertia of the ball and it's seeming to deviate. Now the reality of that non-inertial reference frame is that the effect is caused by you spinning underneath, but you're not going to notice that. You're not making the observations reference the Coriolis force about the rotating reference frame. It's about the deviation of the ball. So the ball, which would be flying straight, is in the inertial reference frame as it flies straight.
SCIMANDAN says Nathan is confused. It happens when you get on a bit. And then he says, not joining today. AJ, I'm just here to let them know I will have a challenge for them soon.
And the tractor is analogous, in Coriolis deviation terms, to the roundabout. It's the frame of reference that should be, in Coriolis terms.
He's it's like salad, dude. Like, if there was a meme for what he's doing right now, Nathan would be there as a cartoon. His mouth would be open, and there would just be salad flying out at 100 miles an hour. If that would be the meme that I would put up right now if I had it ready.
Moving underneath and demonstrating the guy on the trampoline bloody deviating. Now, SCIMANDAN saying, look, no deviation. Or, to put it another way, look, no Coriolis effect. What a bonehead. But anyway, just to make it clear, just to summarise, sorry, keep the left, hold on, just summarise. So the inertial reference frame, just to make this even more confusing, could be a drone underneath a roundabout.
Whoa! Aussie Globehead, a box of rocks is smarter than Oakley. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for the 50 Australian, my friend. So good. You want to donate tonight? Thank you. It helps us keep our show going. It's what supports our show. Consider PayPal, Super Chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Just had to make sure I thanked you a lot because it really, really helps.
Now, the drone could be hovering, but that's still classed as the inertial reference frame, even though it's not moving at all, technically, right? It's hovering.
Oh,
but you'd
he's
still
super
see
triggered.
the Coriolis force
I gotta
in
click
action
fast.
because
I
you're
gotta click
rotating
fast.
underneath it on a roundabout as it hovers. So from your position on
Oh,
the
dude, my fingers.
non-inertial spinning reference frame of a roundabout with a drone hovering above it, you see the drone, which is not moving, seeming to come towards you and go away. Come towards you, go away as you rotate underneath. So it's actually the actual force, if you will, is the roundabout spinning. The drone's not coming towards you and going away from you, or from your vantage point, seeming to fly towards you and seeming to fly away again. It's you rotating underneath. But the drone is the inertial reference frame, even though in this example...
Simon says, word salad. Yes, and it's going to trigger Oakley so bad. So bad. Just keep watching. Keep watching. Best clip ever. Best clip ever. SciMandan, will you go in there and mess with them often? Because it'd be great content for me to do on my show the next day. Please don't stop doing this, SciMandan. Jump in their chat, mess with them. Maybe tag me on Twitter. Let me know a timestamp. You don't have to, but it might help. And then I'll play it the next day. So good.
It's not moving at all. And the roundabout is the non-inertial. Make sense?
The tractor is on the non-inertial reference frame because it's on the rotating surface of Earth.
No. In the example that he's giving, forget about rotating Earth. That's just how they beg the question. We'll come to that again later. It needs to be clearly. But in this example...
Simon says more word salad.
The analogy is between
yes.
a ball being tossed on a roundabout and you not seeing it.
This really is word salad for any of you guys. Anyone that just got here, SciMandan tagged Oakley right before his show with this video and says, you and your reference frames have been ruined. And it literally sent them into a tizzy for about 10 minutes. Then SciMandan jumps in the chat and puts a couple little things in there that sets Oakley and all of his buddies off on a crazy rant.
Deviate. So the planes are...
This just happened, by the way. This is breaking news. Breaking freaking news, y'all.
Aren't showing Coriolis deviation. And this is a justification for why planes don't show Coriolis deviation. So in my example of a roundabout, I say the drone seems to come towards you and seems to fly away. That's the Coriolis force. Yeah? A not actual force. It's seeming to come towards you. It's hovering, remember? Right? Well, when you compare that to the guy on the trampoline not deviating from the trampoline as it moves along, it's analogous to a drone on a roundabout staying above the point it lifted off from. So you put a little X on the roundabout, push an up stick on the drone, and like the guy he's showing in the trampoline, the drone just follows along with the roundabout, not deviating. But that's not Coriolis effect.
Simon adds, seriously, how long does it take to say almost nothing? Which is so true. Also, I'm going to keep an eye out now for Sleeping Warrior, because Sleeping Warrior then gets so butthurt because he didn't go to this. He's usually there, and he gets so freaking butthurt that he missed being there while SciMandan was down in the chat that he tagged SciMandan over and over again for the rest of the show.
Yeah? That's a non-example of a deviation that's supposed to prove Earth spins. So in this ham-handed crap example from SciMandan the Bonehead, he's got an example that demonstrates the guy on the trampoline not deviating. And the proof of Earth spinning is planes, drones, trampolinists bloody deviating.
One of this guy, Critical Inception, Simon isn't allowed to join live shows like this. He needs a script to read. His manager forbids it. He knows he wouldn't stand a chance, and he's self-conscious of his high-pitched voice under pressure. These guys are delusional, man. This is how much that SciMandan triggers these guys. This is how they start projecting on him.
According to the Globe Earth rhetoric, you shouldn't need a trampoline on a bloody tractor. You should just have a trampoline and a guy jumping up and down and Earth rotating underneath the trampoline.
Oh my God. He breaks down so bad that he states that if the earth is spinning, this came out of his mouth yesterday. He says that if the earth is spinning and you're jumping on a trampoline, anybody, that the trampoline should rotate out from under you, according to the scientist, the debater, the master debater, Nathan Oakley. In fact, they just need to change the name to Flat Earth Master Debate. That's all they have to do for this show. Either that or Flat Earth Echo Chamber. One of the two. SCIMANDAN says it's a challenge that they can't refuse. SCIMANDAN, you think you could mention my challenge that I put out last week for these guys too? Because they won't pay attention to it. They won't respond. The only one that did was Sleeping Warrior, and he sent one of his minions to try to get me into a Discord server with him yesterday. Okay? The other ones are just scared of me or something. If you said it, SciMan, if you mentioned the fact that I challenged them and they've ignored me for a week, maybe they would respond then. I don't know.
That's what's supposed to prove Earth spins. But that never happens.
Does it matter?
Now, wait. Hold on. Stop the presses. Did he just say what I think he said? He just said that a human being jumping on a trampoline should have, if the earth is spinning, should have the trampoline leave out from under them and then flop down on the ground if the earth is spinning. And then he says, and I quote,
"To prove Earth spins," but that never happens.
Does it matter that
up and down, and Earth rotating underneath the trampoline? That's what's supposed to prove Earth.
That's what's supposed to prove Earth spins. Now that's how triggered he is. You really need to listen. It's hard to tell what he says. He just starts spewing words, so it's hard to follow him. But in the end of his massive triggered rant, Oakley says that jumping on a trampoline, if the earth is spinning, the trampoline should spin out from under you. So jumping, you should have the earth spin out from under you. These guys are the people who the flat earth community allowed to debate for them. And they do because they go to their show. They only have like a couple of hundred people watching at a time or something. I mean, about the size of my show, you know? So obviously these guys there's flat earthers that are, you know, supporting this. They donate to him and stuff. By doing that, watching him, sharing him, and the donations they give, it shows that they allow these guys to be their spokespeople. And they say things like that. They have less of an understanding of the globe model than an elementary schooler.
Spins.
Hold on, SciMandan just said something else. It's a challenge they can't refuse. Got it. Ozzy says, NASA said I could send this one. Winky face. I owe NASA. I'm going to get a NASA shirt with part of that donation when it comes in next month. I'm going to get a NASA shirt. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
But that never happens.
Does it matter that the tractor is moving in a linear?
And somebody on the debate literally asked the question, does it matter if the tractor's going straight or not? How do you even respond to that? How do I respond to them stating these things on a show that they claim proves the flat earth and that they say it refutes the globe? This show. And they're asking these they don't even understand these basic things. If they really wanted to debunk us, they would at least learn our model. They would at least try to understand it. You know, on their free time, they would watch videos explaining every bit of the model so that they could debate it in an expert way. They don't. It's a clown show, y'all.
Path as opposed to the roundabout that's moving in a circular path. Does that make any difference?
So PP Shay, or is it Pissy Pete, whatever people call him, so he says, at SciMandan, of course not. And he spells course. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Hold on. SciMandan, of course not. Fake. But people like Nathan here will keep you in business. Tell us about the 7-7 London. Oh my goodness. Pete, before you could call anything real or fake, you have to learn to spell. No one's going to take you seriously. Like, you had to have, you even have an autocorrect there. You could have used autocorrect. What is going on?
Depends what you're trying to prove. In this case, they're screwed both ways. They're trying to claim that there's a deviation, and you're saying if it deviates from a linear...
So then, Sleeping Warrior says, Alan, stop blank licking just because your Jesus is here, in reference to Alan talking to SCIMANDAN.
Yeah, path, will that change anything?
So if Sleeping Warrior was up there and he didn't have the mind of an 8-year-old, I would have a flashing sign for him also. But since he's not there, and since he is, has an IQ of a fish, I will avoid that.
Well, potentially, I don't know. I haven't fiddled with their particular setup. But you're supposed to see...
SCIMANDAN says, lol, Nathan will keep me in business. Behave.
...a deviation. In other words, when you throw your cigarette butt out of a moving vehicle, it flies away behind you at rapid speed? No, it doesn't. It stays in the area that you threw it out the car.
Yeah, it does, but it appears to fly away behind you at rapid speed, does it not? And it is subject to the winds coming off the car.
As you hurtled away from it, right? Well, that's the deviation. Well, what this example is claiming is you throw your fag butt out the window and you can see it travelling along with the car at the same rate as the car.
So then...
Not deviating.
Oh my God, Red Pill Philosophy? Is that really him? Hold on. Hold up. Yes! Red Pill Philosophy says, Script Mandan, hiding behind his choreographed videos as usual. Now, Red Pill Philosophy is a Poe, in case you didn't know. He is desperate for subs. You can go look and see he clickbaits so hardcore. If you ever go look at any of his old work, he is one of the biggest clickbaiters out there. If you look at him, if you look at Richie from Boston, if you look at some of these guys out there who have a lot of subs, you'll notice that they try to constantly do different types of videos with literally no flow or no commonality to them whatsoever, and then clickbait them out when they're trending to get subscribers, because their subscriber number makes them feel some sort of self... You get what I'm saying there? Okay, I won't go into it anymore. All right. But wait, hold on. Then Simon says, Ryan, it will be extremely fair. Then some dude named Rune says, SCIMANDAN, Nathan, and Riley does in no way represent the flat earth space is faked as a movement or idea. If that was true, you guys should be criticizing them yourselves more often. You get me? You are allowing them... By not rallying the flat earth movement to disavow them, you're rallying these guys. You are, helping propel them. You're helping this keep going. If the flat earth movement really didn't support this group, they would actually say something, and barely any of them do.
So this example
no Coriolis.
That's why they cheated with the boards.
Hold on, let's just round this out with Babs. Go on, Babs.
I was just saying that it doesn't show a Coriolis effect at all.
Okay. 30 minutes exactly. I got to refresh just to make sure my chat's keeping
And
up.
you can see it travelling along with the car, the globe earth, as you're not deviating.
Let me get it back to 30 minutes. And here we go.
This is a non-deviation that he's trying to prove. What part of the globe earth rhetoric and proof it spins is a non-deviation? You want to explain that to us in the chat, SCIMANDAN?
Sci-fi scam.
And then we got QE coming in with fake, just really pathetic kind of like fake names for Simon. Really bad ones. I mean, SCIMANDAN's name is ripe for people to make fun of it, right? Kind of like mine is, right? You can't come up with anything better than that, QE. You could LiveStreams works better than that. If I was going to give Simon some shit, that LiveStreams, I mean, I could think of a million different ways of rearranging his name a little bit, but QE goes with that? You got to be kidding me, QE. And I wouldn't do that to Simon anyway. I love SCIMANDAN, one of my favorite channels on YouTube. You guys know that.
SCIMANDAN in the chat.
That's a terrible example.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He doesn't understand what he's trying to prove. Sorry, John. Sorry. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah. Sci-fi scam. I mean, do you actually...
Sci-fi scam, huh? Sci-fi scam. Sci-fi. I can't figure that out. SciMandan, being a Globe, being somebody that supports the Globe, I think that's proponent. I don't want to say it wrong, though. He actually has a reason for the sun and the moon and all the other things going on out there that's very scientific and logical. So who would be sci-fi in this whole situation? Would it be SciMandan or would it be you, QE? Because QE, you say the sun magically floats around. You say that the flat earth magically exists with no type of mathematics or no type of reason for the forces that happen, predicting anything. SciMan has all that, right? A little projecting going on there, QE? I think so.
Believe that we don't know that you're a pretender.
So then somebody named Ute says, SciMandan, how come the original gate swinging video didn't get many views, but your video of the same thing that's been around less time did? This proves you're gaming the system on YouTube. Really? Really? All you got to do to see that SciMandan's didn't game the system to gain his subs is to go look, and you notice that his views correlate with his subscriber gain. When somebody buys subscribers, you see them gain. Remember that time I showed you Non Sequitur show, and right when he's losing a bunch of subs, in 1 minute, he gains like 1,000, or maybe it was 700. That is indicative of buying subs. Not, or if the whole day goes by and they every day they get 4,000 views, but one day all of a sudden they get the same amount of views, but they have a giant growth in subscribers. Typically, that could be a clue, but even those things could be just that maybe somebody shared their channel, or typically sharing channel does correlate with the gain in views and subs, though. So you get what I'm saying? SciMan's or his analytics, they all add up. You get me?
Pretender clown? or have you convinced yourself that you're not a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown? This is a serious question. Sci-fi scam.
Yeah, but he doesn't do science. He just gives opinions.
There is a great comment down here. Great comment. It says, Vinnie Mac, Sleeping Warrior, Atlas, Globe Atlas is the only accurate map. Time zones only work on a sphere. The stars can only be mapped around the sphere. Curve evidence. You're welcome, Spastic. Great comment. Yeah, let's see if we can see what Sleeping Warrior says in response. But before that, Sleeping Warrior says, SciMan, you'll have to email me when you have done your video. The last time I went to your channel, I was sick at the pseudoscience and rhetoric on show. Don't worry, Sleeping Warrior. We're not going to, I'm not going to challenge you. You won't ever have to worry. I think SciMan is going to challenge you with his challenge. So you don't have to worry, though, about going to his channel or worrying about an email or anything. If you can't do the work of going and looking when he does the video, I don't think he would care if you just didn't respond. And if you just ignored the whole thing, you can just let Nathan do it. That will work better.
Well, maybe Coach, he does is quite easy, actually, because all he does is just sit in a chair and hit record, then read off of Wikipedia. Anybody can do that.
So now somebody adds in, SciMan, have you got your script yet today? SciMan, YouTube always catches up with people that are buying views eventually.
You don't need half a brain to do that.
I challenge. Oh God. I challenged this sci-fi scam, back when he first come out. I think he had like 120 subscribers. He put some I can't even remember what it was. And I asked him, I said, sci-fi scam, do you know what a hypothesis is? He didn't know.
All right. Now, this story from QE is obviously absolutely fake. It's so crazy that I don't know, QE just had some type of mental breakdown here or something, but he tells this fake story. You listen to the tone of his voice and hear what he's saying, and you tell me that he didn't just make this up on the spot. Listen.
And I asked him, I said, sci-fi scam, do you know what a hypothesis is?
I think that everyone does. It's like taught to us over and over and over in science class. They always said this when I was in school. What is a hypothesis? It's a question. It's the question you're asking in the experiment. It's pretty easy. I carried that away from school due to the amount of times I heard it, and I don't believe that SCIMANDAN, who is someone who was obviously studied this stuff after school into adulthood, doesn't know what a hypothesis is, QE. I don't believe this story in any way, shape, or form.
He didn't know. He didn't know what a hypothesis was.
He didn't know, huh? He didn't know what a hypothesis was? How does that make sense?
He couldn't post a hypothesis.
Did you record this? You've been recording everything that happens for so long. You forgot to record this interaction?
I said, please post one regarding anything.
Simon's about to respond to QE here. It's really good, too.
Anything. He couldn't do it. And he blocked me.
Do you guys remember, wasn't Quantum Eraser on Conspiracy Cats? Rachel, am I wrong about that? Wasn't Quantum Eraser one of the people that used to leave comments on Conspiracy Cats all the time? And he got like blocked and he got his own like segment. Somebody tell me in my chat if Quantum Eraser was featured in the chat box travels. I swear he was. I'll ask I'm live with Conspiracy Cats Saturday on the SHILLS YouTube channel, and I'm going to ask Conspiracy Cats. Let me drop this channel in the live chat. Make sure you guys subscribe. Please help me get them to 1,000. They are at, let's refresh it and see what they're at right now. They were at 903 when I started the show. They're at 913 right now. Can we get them to 923 right now? Last time I did this, we had 40 viewers when we just started. Can we get them to 923, 933 really quick, guys? Please. I'm going to this channel that I'm sharing to you Saturday, and I'll be live with Conspiracy Cats and the SHILLS. We're going to be doing some awesome stuff. You guys have to come. Help me get them. I want them to be able to apply for monetization Monday. But the only way we can do that is if we get them to 1,000 by Monday. So help me right now, will you? Let me see if anybody has told me. Pretty sure he was, says Sif. I think so. I remember Quantum Eraser was one of the first people who got featured on Conspiracy Cats chat box travels, and he got his own little like thing put. I think it was a can dressed up like a woman or something. I know it's with a dress, a can wearing a dress. I don't remember.
Yeah, sci-fi.
So SCIMANDAN, that story that QE just told, that's an obvious lie. He literally just pulled that out of his ass. SCIMANDAN says, seriously, QE? Seriously? That's exactly what I thought, but here's his response.
Scam. Yes, seriously. You're not only a Dunning-Kruger clinical level pretender clown, you're a...
Come on, bro. Really? Wrong one. So let's see. You just made this claim, QE. Dunning-Kruger effect, unskilled and unaware of it. How difficulties in recognizing one's own incompetence lead to inflated self-assessments. Is that SCIMANDAN, who you can actually fact check and see that he is being completely honest about what he puts out? Or is it Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser? In fact, this whole segment is called the Dunning-Kruger segment. This is the Dunning-Kruger in action segment of my show.
You're a liar, sir.
That got me cracking up the other day. So someone asked.
So then Sleeping Warrior says, SciMan pushes pseudoscience, but treats it like it's real science. Massive lulls. It's okay, Sleeping Warrior. It's okay. If you keep trying, buddy, keep learning and keep trying, maybe you can get to the intelligence of a 12-year-old by next year. You'll get like about a 4-year jump if you work hard.
You about who's the guy with the calculator? Globe Earth calculator.
So SciMan responds with, I have a hypothesis, Quantum Eraser. Everyone falls asleep during your presentations. I bet Quantum Eraser is going to get pretty mad. I don't think I watched it past this last night. I think this is where I stopped, either really close. So this is all new territory coming up for me.
What's the guy's name?
Mick West.
No, the other one.
Walter Bislin.
Walter Bislin. So you said, oh, is that the Walter Bislin that deletes comment threads?
Now, hold on. You keep saying, Simon, how come the original Gate video has a fraction of the views your remix has gotten? But that's backwards. His original Gate video went viral and got 2 million views. His new video is nowhere close to 2 million. Are they saying that his new video got like 7 million? Let me search for it over on the sidebar while we hear this response. And here, Nathan is going to get triggered, so I'll go ahead and put the sign up.
And obviously got into the details of you leaving a comment on a particular video and that it was deleted. He was the original comment leaver. So I think it was 10th Man said, well,
okay, so his first Gate video 1 year ago gets 2.4 million views. His next Gate video 2 months ago got 420,000 views. You're Ute. Whoever you are, Y-U-T-E, Ute, you're wrong. You literally posted a straight up lie for... Ute is spamming that over and over into it. It's just a lie. It's straight up bullshit. Okay.
well, what was the comment? And you went, sorry, pardon, come again? It's like, no, what was the comment that you replied to him with? What did you ask him? There was a short pause and you said, post a formal hypothesis about anything.
Yep, that was it.
And SCIMANDAN gets confused and says, you really? If my video goes viral, why would they watch the original? Are you wait, so is there an older video than a year ago with the gate swinging? No, I just looked it up. SCIMANDAN's gate video, 4 million. His new gate video, 420K. So Ute's just wrong.
Yo, Rumpus. You're going to be the star on my show here in a couple weeks, brother. You remember that back in June 2016? It's coming again. Ha!
Right, we've only got 2 housekeeping questions, thanks to SCIMANDAN. Thank you for giving me a good 20 minutes of material with that little bouncy trick. Wonderful.
So here's the bouncy trick for anyone that just came in. SCIMAN says, you and your reference frames have been ruined, and here's a video that he tags him with. That's all. Everything you just saw, this entire 33 minutes of them complaining about SCIMANDAN came from a simple tag on Twitter with this video. Now, this video is really scary. Look at how close this dude comes to hitting the ground right there. To hitting the trailer. Look at how... Oh, my goodness, dude. It freaks me out every time I look at it. He's like 2 inches from smacking his stomach against the trailer right there. Anyway, I'll go ahead and let it round out because we've got a lot more to do tonight. And it only gets better. It only gets better because I'm going to destroy the Globebusters for like the 54th time in one of their really ridiculous arguments that they put out just a few days ago. And I've got a boatload of videos from today that have been spammed out onto the internet that are just completely ridiculous. Even more ridiculous, or at least as this video.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let us know how it proves Earth spinning. I'll look forward to it. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container?
Yeah, it's called having gravity, and then proving it by just walking up a mountain for the 900th time, Nathan. Walk up a mountain and check the pressure as you go up, and there is a gradient. That means more pressure at the bottom because of the weight of the atoms being pulled down by the gravity, and all the gravity, all the weight from the atoms above them smashing down. And as you go up, the gradient is less and less and less until it goes into the nothingness of space. Really easy to prove to yourself.
For the gas to press upon?
If that was so... See, my whole point summed up in this housekeeping question. And he says it every day. You would think he would take it out by now. You can't have a container above you because if we did, just like every other container, like if you had an aquarium and you put a bunch of gas, pumped some gas into it so that there was some pressure in there, it's going to be uniform throughout the aquarium. So if we had a dome above us, and this is what I mean by these guys, whoa, buy some more shirts, will do, buddy. I'm gonna get some NASA shirts. I want to get t-shirts that trigger these crazy conspiracy guys. So I've already got a really nice NASA shirt I picked out, but dude, thank you. Hey, don't donate too much money to me now, man. Like, don't be shorting yourself there, okay? Anyway, the whole point of the dome would be that our gas pressure inside the dome would be uniform, right? By their own admission, they sit and argue about how inside of a closed system, inside of a system with a container for the gas pressure, it's going to be uniform throughout because inside the gas particles bounce off each other. You get me? Depending on how much energy they have. Of course, when you get near the top of the atmosphere, they lose a lot of their energy and they don't bounce around as much as it goes up and up and up. But that's, you really have to study how the atmosphere works to get that far into it. And of course, I don't know. It's been so long since I was in school, I would not be able to barely get everything out if I tried. But the point is, this entire thing is a debunk of the fucking dome. I'm not supposed to say the F word anymore. Got to be careful. I let one curse word slip. By the way, I have to hook up all the other YouTubers out there. So right after this, I'll go ahead and do that because I know a lot of YouTubers watch my show and I want to hook you up with some advice that we just figured out in the last week. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on from this. But let's let Nathan take us out with his last little housekeeping question.
Is this your antecedent? No.
Never seen such a thing in my life.
Yeah, I am loading up a 3-year-old video. Cutting edge. Yeah, we're not on the cutting edge. It's the same argument.
So I want to make one last point and we'll be done. If you look here, Sleeping Warrior is such a fanboy of SCIMANDAN. He continues to talk or try, even though SCIMANDAN hasn't responded to him at all this entire time. Sleeping Warrior tries to keep talking to SCIMAN for the rest of the video. He's talking to no one, but the Rumpus is my favorite all-time baller, SCIMANDAN. He thinks the air is not the atmosphere. Do you agree with the Rumpus, SCIMANDAN? Ha ha ha. He does it through the whole rest of the video.
Over and over and over again. We're not trying to find the benefits of B12 and curing of cancer here. Nothing's changing. The Earth is either flat or stationary, or it's a spinning turd.
How eloquent, QE. All right, let me hook up the other YouTube creators really fast with something that just happened to me. I try to upload videos often, but I get busy because I stream so much and I go on other people's channels and I do things. Well, I uploaded a video, the challenge to Nathan Oakley and them, a few days ago, and I noticed that YouTube gave me a new feature where if I upload and I go to my monetization tab, it gives me a checklist of questions to answer. And if I answer those questions accurately to my video, and I don't exaggerate anything and I don't lie, YouTube will start trusting me to rate my own videos for monetization so that the algorithm doesn't have to mess it up as much, and that way they can have less people file for their demonetized videos to be reviewed. Well, by reading those questions, I've discovered the primary factors that demonetize our videos. And I'll give you a really quick rundown so that you know if you do these things, even if you're not monetized, because a lot of people think, hey, I'm not monetized yet, and it doesn't matter what I do. It does, because you get less views if you do any of these things. You get less recommendations to go out to a smaller number of your subscribers if you trigger any of these things in the YouTube algorithm. Here they are. One is curse words. So they directly ask you the type of language you use, and if you say any curse words or any type of words that I think the verbiage is sensitive or something like that. I'm going to do an edited video on this soon, so you'll have every question and you'll know what they say. But they ask you if violence is in your video, drug use is in your video. They have several other questions, but here's my advice to anyone that has a YouTube channel, whether you're monetized or not. Don't use certain words. The word conspiracy, the word flat earth even restricts you. The word, any conspiracy word, like, let's say, Brandy Brook, but instead, the real word for it. I don't even want to say it out loud. Any of those types of things, you know, false flag, those words together in a tag. Anything you use that you think will get you demonetized, shy away from it. And you might get a few less searches because of it, but in reality, those words you can't search for anyway. So if I go and type in flat earth, I don't know, debate, what comes up is the National Geographic channel with flat earth versus round earth. This Morning, ABC News, Tech Insider. These are all, you know, approved YouTube channels. You're not going to get views if you use that tag. You get me? If you search for it and you see that it's a bunch of approved sources or whatever they call it, you're not going to get views in the search anyway from it, and you're just going to get restricted. So don't use them. Also, stop cursing in your YouTube videos, or you will get restricted with how many views you get. And then, of course, the other things I named. Just a little bit of advice to anyone that's been having low views, and you're like, why? I used to get many more views. Any of those little things you could be having restrict you. Let's get the rest of this video done because we've already been streaming for a long time. It's getting late. Here we go. All right. So next up, Globebusters did a stream. Let's say it was September 22nd. I think it's their last video. Let's make sure really fast. Who you gonna call? Their last video. The illusory Coriolis effect and other globe myths. So what's the problem with this video? It's easily debunkable. Very easily debunkable. I've done this debunk several times on my channel. I've been practicing it on DLive so that I can get better at doing it and say it quicker. Let's hope I can do it right this time. I'll get it right every time. It's just sometimes it takes me a minute. I'm trying to get a short debunk for this. So let's hear what they had to say. Let's skip through it. Let's show where they got it so wrong. And then I invite you to listen to the conclusions that they draw by getting this wrong. They get it wrong and then they say things like, the globe debunked. They get it wrong and then they go in with getting really cocky and, you know, listen for those things because it's so ironic. It's so, it's kind of pathetic, isn't it? Here we go.
You know, go along with this predicted Coriolis rotation direction, right? It's rare, but it does happen. Okay, so great. There's an exception to the rule. Does that prove anything by itself? Nope, not at all. Recognized previously by
I don't think the Coriolis effect is going to help you in any way. Globebusters, Jaren, especially Nathan Oakley. For one, you don't get it right. You can't understand it. It's hard for me to understand, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of learning about it. I'm not trying to debunk it because it's too obvious that it's real. Anyway, though, these guys are centering on the Coriolis effect for the exact reason that I challenged them to explain the night-day cycle with the Terminator line. Because if they go to something complex, they know that their audience is going to have a hard time understanding it, and it increases the chance that the audience member is going to just wipe it off the table. They're just going to say, man, I don't understand what they're saying. Did they get it right? Did they get it wrong? I can't tell. It's such a confusing thing. It's so complicated. And so they just, if they do support the Globebusters, they're just going to default back to saying, good job, you know, you did great. I don't understand it. I don't know whether you lied or not, but good job, right? That's the reason they keep going to the Coriolis effect, skipping things like, where's the sun and the moon on your flat earth? How does it rotate? How does it work? How is this day... this city in the day, but this city in the night, and, you know, when your model doesn't show that, and how in the world does the sun get half of the earth in day and half the earth in night at any given time, like we can observe, yet your model doesn't show that, but yet you keep saying you believe your model, and they don't want to explain the most simple thing, so they've defaulted to going to complex things so they can keep making content. The other hypocritical part of this is you're not going to prove the flat earth by bitching about the Coriolis effect. Have they not realized this yet? We don't say that the Coriolis effect is the slam dunk globe proof. The simple thing I just stated about the night and day is a great enough proof there. So anyway, let's let them jack this up so that we can show how incredibly ridiculous they are. Oh, you got to hear this. Like, what the hell was this anyway? This is so crazy.
Lots of the ether that I'm sure you would find very interesting. Cheers. And of course, he writes back, I never did that.
Sorry. I promise I'll stop fake laughing when these guys do these stupid things. I can't help myself.
All he could say, but I'm gonna play,
okay, I did it again.
Basically, I don't think I need to play too much of this, but I'll play just a minute of this. But essentially, what he's doing is he gives example after example after example of galaxies in the sky, and he is asserting that the only place that life could possibly exist is on the dielectric inertial plane.
So, Bob, have you lost your damn mind? I really do think Bob has lost his mind. For one, Bob promised us that if he got 15 degrees of drift, he would accept it. He said that. All I need is for someone in the community to waste $20,000 of their hard-earned life savings to buy me this thing, and then we'll prove the flat Earth, I promise. Of course, one of their audience members who must have gotten a retirement check or a disability check or whatever, however they got some cash, they ran to the nearest NASA dealership and bought a NASA dealership. I'm silly myself here. They ran to the nearest NASA dealership and bought themselves a ring laser gyro and sent it to Bob and said, take my $20,000. I don't need it. Bob probably hawked it right after he realized that he was measuring 15 degrees of drift. He's like, how much? $2,000? We'll buy it from you. Hell, this airport will buy it from you. That's cheap.
Right? And he gives all of his reasons.
Anyway, Bob lost his damn mind after he saw that 15 degrees of drift. I could just see Bob now. He's rubbing his eyes like, 15 degrees? No, impossible. Impossible. Has to be the energies of the heavens. And he just snaps like, nah. He just gets a tick. Like after Bob saw those digits, the 15 degrees on the gyro, he started to get a tick. It's like, I'm never going on camera. I don't want him to see my tick.
Reasons why, because that's where the gravitational effects would happen. That's where everything that is necessary to support life would happen. So let's hear just a couple minutes here of Ken talking about this.
So you're saying that there are aliens on the flat Earth? You are. You're saying that aliens exist on the flat Earth. I thought this was all fake, Bob. How many times did you tell me through your stupid videos that this is all fake? The Hubble telescope is stupid because Hubble was a murderer or some shit. I forget. Jaron went on a tangent about that. What are you doing?
This, and then we'll move on. So here we go.
Listen for his tick, because you can kind of hear it. You just hear this little, like, you hear his neck crack every once in a while, and you can kind of hear his hair rustling around. I swear, dude, he developed a tick from the ring laser gyro.
Let's see. Not that that's important at all, and we're looking at it like this.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've made my point there. So then they go into a bunch of, after they play with some crayons and markers, they go into the Coriolis effect. Hey, I love playing with crayons and markers myself, so stop it. Stop putting that stuff on the teleprompter, Busy. Well, I don't care if it's funny. I like crayons too.
Which, by the way, is so far gone from how they actually try and demonstrate it. It's really, really quite ridiculous. But let's go to Wiki.
Did you say ridiculous? Did you combine licorice with the word ridiculous? I swear you did.
Demonstrate it. It's really, really quite ridiculous. But let's.
You did. You combined licorice with ridiculous. You did have some type of nervous breakdown, Bob. It's not any type of licorice. It's ridiculous, buddy.
Let's go to Wiki.
He lost his mind, guys.
See what they have to say. All right. So it says, in physics, the Coriolis force.
Oh, hell. You're really going to read this again? How many times have you read this Wikipedia page? I feel like I'm going to school and my teacher I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day here. I'm in Flat Earth Groundhog Day, guys. Every Flat Earth channel says the same damn thing every day.
Is an inertial or
Flat Earth, hashtag Flat Earth Groundhog Day, y'all.
Fictitious force. Well, first of all, guys, that right there should tell you a lot.
So the sheer fact that the word, which was it? Fake. What was the word again? I can't find it. With respect to inertial frame, with rotating in reference with clockwise, anti-clockwise, deflection, do, mathematical, boobity bop bop bop, French scientist, ding ding dong in connection, whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't find
so
it.
if we highlight a fictitious force, it says.
Oh, there it is. It was blown up the whole time. Bob, this is just too obvious, bro. You because the word fictitious is in here, it proves the flat earth. The word fictitious being on the Wikipedia page for Coriolis now proves the flat. You're getting desperate, Bob. After your 15-degree mental breakdown, you're really trying hard, buddy.
Says a fictitious force is a force that appears. Remember I said apparent earlier, guys?
Dude, just the thought of him having a mental breakdown staring at the gyro drives me nuts, dude. It's so good. I need a meme. I have to have a meme of Bob losing his mind, like, very subtly while staring at a ring laser gyro. It's just the best thing that's ever happened. Like,
that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial frame of reference, such as an accelerating or rotating reference frame.
okay, so let me think about this using science. Non-inertial, so that means nothing has force. No, nothing has inertia. Here, Bob. Here, let me help you. Let's do what you do. Inertia, Wikipedia. I'm pretty sure that has something to do with force, right? It's the resistance of a physical object to any change in its velocity. It includes changes to the object's speed or direction or motion. An aspect of this property is the tendency of objects to keep moving in a straight line. Eureka! The word aspect debunked it all. Okay.
An example is seen in a passenger vehicle that is accelerating in a forward direction. Passengers perceive that they are blah blah blah. Anyway, what it's going to.
Hey, what's with the blah blah blah? I wanted to hear that.
Try and do. It's going to try and tie inertial frames of reference for a linear motion, a car or a train moving.
Just go with linear. You don't overcomplicate this. You're having a hard enough time getting it.
Straightforward, where you can toss the ball back and forth, and you know that inertia, that inertial frame of reference holds true in a linear motion, a straight forward motion. Okay.
Apparent. That means, okay. What it's saying is that it looks like it's curving, but it's not, because of how you're moving. If you just would break this shit down, like, seriously, they get so mad at me when I tell them to go back to elementary school, but they really need to. Go back to elementary school, listen to how the teachers teach the kids. Got me? Then go to Globebusters or Jaronism or the Flat Earth Debate and start talking to your audience in the same way that those teachers are talking to their classroom. You'll be a lot more successful in getting people to understand what you're saying here, okay? Break it down for them. Get it basic here. Stop jibber-jabbering.
Where it falls apart, as does the reference frame, is when you take it to a curve linear or an angular.
Why? You just admitted that is the fictitious part of it. Yourself just admitted that that's the fictitious part. Right? It's not really curving. It just seems that way. You get me? It just seems like it's curving. So, oh, fuck. You got a napkin? I just smashed my hand down in a plate of food here. Hold up.
Type of motion, right? Therefore, you know, the reference frame argument completely falls apart, and this reference also falls apart, right? But nevertheless, they did get this right, where they say that it is a fictitious force.
Can you please show me, Bob, that you know what it's saying? Please, pretty freaking please, with sugar on top. Say some words out of your mouth that that let us know that you get it, please.
Okay, so let's keep going. All right, in a reference frame.
No, damn it. No, I'm not letting you get by with this, Bob. I'm holding your feet to the fire. One more time, people.
Right? Therefore, you know, the reference frame argument completely falls apart, and this reference also falls apart.
No, it doesn't.
Right? But nevertheless, they did get this right, where they say that it is a fictitious force.
What are you trying to say, dum-dum? Can you not at least, like, talk so that we get what you're saying? Because right now, I think you're really confused. I think you're just not explaining it right, okay? You're rotating, so you're moving a certain way. You throw a ball, and that ball goes straight. But when you look at it from outside of moving, it doesn't... It looks like it's curving to you because you're moving, but the camera that's not moving, it goes straight. It's so simple, dude. It's so simple. You got me? You could just notice how, like, since I'm rotating, I see a straight line that's not rotating with me, looking like it's curving. Bam. Got it. There you go. Can you at least prove you get it?
Okay. So let's keep going. All right. In a reference frame with a clockwise rotation, the force acts to the left and to the left of the motion of the object. In one with anti-clockwise or counterclockwise rotation, the force acts to the right. Now, again, they just admitted that it is a...
Don't get stuck on the word fictitious, you big dum-dum. Don't get stuck on that word. It doesn't mean that the damn thing's fake. That it just... It doesn't mean that, this proves the flat earth or whatever the hell you're trying to say.
Fictitious force. So if it's fictitious, it's not a force, right? It is not a force. And yet,
bing, bing, bing. You got it.
yet they will admit that straight up and then keep coming back and describing it as a force.
Oh my God. Stop trying to use your weak ass gravity's not a force, but it's a force argument here, okay?
There's no force present doing this. The reason, again, is because it's apparent. It is an optical illusion and nothing more.
Kind of. It kind of is. It still matters. It still is a function of reality. It's still a thing. It doesn't mean it's fake.
That is what Coriolis is, right? Okay, so we keep on going here.
I really wish he would talk more. I really wish he would I wish he would show me that he knows what he's saying. Because I really just think he's reading it and then blah, 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 and then going on. I think he's reading, then going blah, 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 and then going on. Reading and then going blah, 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 and then going on. I don't think he gets it.
Okay. Now I lost where I was. All right, so anyway, deflection of an object due to the Coriolis force is called the Coriolis effect.
Okay.
Though recognized previously by others, the mathematical expression for the Coriolis force appeared in an 1835 paper by French scientist Gaspard Gustave de Coriolis in connection with the theory of water wheels.
Oh, God. This is where you mess up, Bob. Can you stick to one thing, make sure you, the dummy sitting next to you on the panel, and then the lost people that follow you get what you're saying, please? Because you're just moving on too fast. Again, you're going to jump to some other topic while in your head you're still worried about the topic you didn't even understand, and that's what's going to cause you to confuse the hell out of your viewers. You're trying to do this, and I'm going to show people that you're trying to do this. You're purposely trying to misunderstand this, and then purposely trying to confuse your viewership, so they get so confused that they literally don't know what to do, and a percentage of them in their confused state reaches for their credit card. That's what you're doing. Fuck, I hit the wrong button. And I cursed again.
Believe in gravity as
oh, holy hell, in a purple handbasket.
Whether you want to believe in gravity.
Hold up, here we go. He was right here.
Reference frame. There is no deflection that is taking place. No actual deflection. By travel long distances.
I'm not letting him get away with this. I'm going to go through this and make sure he either understands it or make sure that we understand that he doesn't before we go on.
Entry when you Google it, and you have the Coriolis effect. Okay, the Coriolis effect describes the pattern of deflection.
Vinegar says, "I'm so confused that my credit card appeared." Thank you. Thanks, dude.
Taken by
That is exactly what. Thank you for demonstrating what's going on in the Globebusters.
objects not
Thanks, bro.
firmly connected to the ground as they travel long distances around the Earth. The pattern of deflection
Doesn't happen for planes. Doesn't happen for helicopters. Thank you, Vinegar. Because of the fact that they are propelling themselves. Them propelling themselves changes. It adds or subtracts a force, right? If they try to slow down, if they try to speed up, it no longer are they bound to the change that happens due to the rotating Earth. And I'm going to show you. I will literally show this to you in the most easy to understand way right after these dum-dums get done. We saw Oakley, Quantum Eraser, and the other dum-dums get it wrong earlier. We just now are watching Bob get it wrong and some of his cohorts, and then I'm going to go in and just explain it in a few seconds. And then you're going to say, oh my God, these people, they just really sat here and talked about this simple thing for hours when they could have just summed it up in a few seconds. And that's why they're confusing the hell out of people who haven't educated themselves. When I first went in, I didn't remember Coriolis. I didn't remember what it was. I learned about it in school a little bit, but because it's been so long, of course, I had to re-educate myself to Coriolis in order to understand it. So I was in the same boat as everybody else when I started hearing the flat earthers warp out and get wrong Coriolis so much. But now that I've educated myself to what it is, it's so easy. And I found a very easy way to explain it to you.
taken by object. Now, well, first of all, since we know that it is a fictitious thing, there is no deflection that is taking place, no actual deflection. It is an apparent or an illusory type of force, okay? So let's watch, let's give them their due. Let's go ahead and watch this nice little presentation by Nova under fair use.
I guarantee you this is going to freaking claim me. I don't know how Bob doesn't get claimed, but I bet this is going to get my video claims.
Because I know PBS likes to do that, even though they are good about withdrawing their copyright claim.
No, they really aren't. PBS really is not good at this.
Let's listen.
Maybe they feel so bad for you guys they withdraw the copyright claims, but no, they don't do it for me.
Listen to their nonsense and how they say this.
Nonsense! You didn't even... You, Bob, you didn't even show us that you understand this yet. You just read some shit. You didn't even explain it in any way that shows us that you get it. No words that you used show that you get what the hell it meant. Don't call it nonsense yet until you can show that you know what it is.
Works and how they try to tie this into the Coriolis effect, which is not any type of force. So, let's let them.
Oh my God, bro. You know what, Bob? You need a timeout. You need to stand in the corner for a while because you are pissing me off.
Take it away. Here we
I
go.
don't know. All right, let's see what PBS says.
If you've ever watched the news during a
Oh my God, I'm gonna get freaking claimed for this.
hurricane or wintertime nor'easter, you've probably noticed that big storms spin over time as they travel.
Yep.
In the northern hemisphere, they spin counterclockwise. But if you were watching a storm in the southern hemisphere, you'd see it spinning clockwise. Why do storms spin in different directions depending on their location? And why do they spin in the first place? A storm's rotation is due to something called the Coriolis effect, which is a phenomenon that causes fluids like water and air to curve as they travel across or above Earth's surface.
Okay, and again.
Okay, why are you interrupting her? She basically just said what you said.
Mind you, they are stating point blank that this force is causing water.
Did you just mute the motherfucker? What's the sense in playing it? You didn't even let her talk. No, what do I got to do? Go find the video myself?
And air to curb physically. That, in fact, is not true. When you look at the Coriolis, it is an apparent thing. And what is actually causing these storms to curve, I'll get to in a minute.
Oh, holy hell in a handbasket. I can't wait.
But believe
By the way, if you wonder why I use goofy terms to describe things, it's because I can't curse anymore on YouTube.
me, it ain't the ridiculous.
I have to replace words that I would normally, that I'd have to censor if I said them right now with things like dum-dum and doo-doo head and idiot, when I'd rather just say shit.
Globe Coriolis model. Let's continue.
Here's the basic
When I'd rather drop a couple F-bombs.
idea. Earth is constantly spinning around its axis from west to east.
Okay. Very easy. All right. West to east, it's spinning. It's a globe. It's a circle. We got it. Yeah.
But because Earth is a sphere and wider in the middle,
That's right. This is basic to a circle. Any circle. Basic. In fact, I'm going to use the patented billboard of doom to show this to you. Any circle. Oh my God, Busy. You drew a perfect circle, dude. You've been practicing. Yeah, how much? I don't need a dictionary every time you talk. You could have said a lot. Okay. If we draw a line through the middle of the circle, and we draw a line up here, one line is longer, one line is shorter. Which line is longer? Oh yeah, the one in the middle. And the shorter one's at the top. Pretty easy, right? Now let's turn our globe into a clock. Oh snap. Getting crazy. So, how fast does the Earth rotate? 15 degrees per hour. Or you could say half the speed of the hour hand, right? The hour hand goes 12 and 12 in a day. So if it went half of its speed, that would be 24 hours. Okay, that's slow as hell, right? It is. So, keep that in mind. You have a longer circle because of the middle, and you have a shorter, you have a longer line in the middle and a shorter one at the top. Now, so, the top of this hour hand travels farther, it travels more distance as it goes around than right here. So the short line rotates less distance than the long line. So easy.
points on the equator are actually spinning faster around the axis than points near the poles.
Well, they're going the same speed. So if you stood at the equator, it's going 15 degrees per hour, right? And if you stood at the pole, it's going 15 degrees per hour. More distance is being covered down there. Less distance is being covered up top, but it's still rotating the same in the middle as it is at the top. You get that concept. It's a circle. It's spinning. Duh. Okay.
So imagine you were standing in Texas and had a magic paper airplane.
I like this comparison. This is really a good... I usually use a bullet, but using a paper airplane really does work.
That could travel hundreds of miles.
Without being affected by the wind.
If you threw your airplane directly northward, you might think it would land straight north, maybe somewhere in Nebraska. But
now, follow me here, because this is where the Flat Earth YouTubers are confusing everybody. And I'm going to unconfusify you. That's right, I just invented that word. Busy, put it in the UNIRock dictionary. Well, it's probably in the C's. I don't know. It's like an eighth of the way in or a 16th of the way in. Confusify. Verb. Unconfusify, yes, but put the un at the bottom. Just put it in a dictionary, dum-dum.
Texas is actually spinning around Earth's axis faster than Nebraska is, because it's closer to the equator.
Well, a holy hell in a purple handbasket. We know why. Now we know why. Okay, got it. We understand. We're actually following along with this. We're actually getting it. It makes perfect sense. Yowza.
That means that the paper airplane is spinning faster as well. And when you throw it, that spinning momentum is conserved. So if you threw your paper airplane in a straight line toward the north, it would would land somewhere to the right of Nebraska, maybe in Delaware. So from your point of view in Texas, the plane would have taken a curved path to the right.
From your point of view, it took a curved path because you are also rotating around the Earth or the circle. Okay.
The opposite would happen in the southern hemisphere.
Don't bring up the southern hemisphere, lady. We're already trying hard to get these guys to understand this. Adding the southern hemisphere in is just going to confuse the living hell out of them even more.
An object traveling from the equator to the south would get deflected to the left.
Oh, great. Now all the damn viewers of the Globebusters just heard that, and they're going to get all freaking confused.
So what does this have to do with hurricanes?
Who cares? I just want to explain why the Globebusters are wrong, Oakley's wrong, and they're dum-dums. That's all I care about, and then I want to laugh for a little while. So, give me my music, Busy. Give me the Billboard of Doom music. Okay, now this is where it confuses people, but it's easy, man. It's so freaking easy. All right, long line at the equator, a shorter line north, farther north. Long line here, shorter line here. Remember the clock? At the long line spinning around covers more distance than the short line spinning. So, if you were to throw the airplane up, why does it seem like it curves and land? It will land over here, but why does it seem like it curves when it's going a straight line? Because the plane isn't curving. The path of the plane doesn't curve. It goes straight, but the ground underneath it is moving a different speed here than when it left here. So, when you throw the thing from the equator is moving faster, right? As it goes forward, the ground is moving slower and slower and slower and slower as you go up it. There is a difference there. So if, let's say, we measured the speed that it's rotating this line, the bigger line covering more distance is 1,000. There's going to be another zero, but you can barely, I'll just move it over. Let's say that this line, this smaller line is 500. It's not, but you get me. The only difference, the difference in where the airplane will land is based on that different amount of ground that turned here. All right? You get it? You hearing it now? Is it going through? All right. I'll give a short summation that's very simple to understand in a minute, but that's kind of a long form to follow along with what they said. Now, let's see how Bob gets this. Let's see if Bob gets it. One more time. Because this one rotates with more distance, this one rotates with less distance, right? This one's faster than this one. The difference in speeds causes the plane to drift away, apparent to drift away. The plane doesn't drift away, it goes straight. It's just one of those weird functions of physics.
Well, at the center of every hurricane is an area of very low pressure. As a result,
I'm going to skip ahead. I don't care about the hurricane crap.
Is of the core keep getting and counterclockwise.
Once again, Bob only wants to make things more complicated so that his audience just loses it and they're like, duh, credit card.
Direct the left manner.
That was a pretty good joke. I gotta remember that one. Oh, don't do the lip smack for me, Bob. No. You're not allowed to get pretentious enough to where you lip smack in this situation.
All righty then.
Oh my God! You didn't just lip smacked. You also did an alrighty then. That's peak pretentiousness, dude.
So, whoops.
If you've ever watched
that. Okay, so there you have it. They're saying
you're Ace Ventura-ing this shit. Stop it.
Essentially that because of the spin of the Earth, and magically.
Oh my God! Did he just say what I think he said?
That.
You've ever watched
that? Okay.
I gotta hear the alrighty then again. Damn it. Busy? Remind me that I'm going to go into this video. I want to extract the audio of his alrighty then, and I want to use it for one of my notifications, okay? Tomorrow, sometime. Don't forget. No, I'm not going to remind you to tell me. It defeats the purpose. I don't care if you're drunk.
So, whoops.
If you've ever watched...
That. Okay, so there...
I missed the alrighty then. Hold on. Here it is. Here it comes.
Alrighty then.
Oh, hell no. No. Oh, no, you didn't. I promise I will stop. I'm stopping. Here we go.
If you've ever watched...
that. Okay, so...
He deserved that. Oh, no, you didn't.
There you have it. They're saying, essentially...
I didn't deserve the alright. You didn't deserve the alrighty then. He deserved the oh, no, you didn't.
That because of the spin of the Earth, and magically...
Oh, holy hell, in a freaking hand. No, not magically, bro. Just because you don't understand physics, just because you don't understand how geometry works, just because you can't picture a circle, doesn't mean it's magic, bro. If that's magic, then I give up. I don't care about... I will not try to find the magic in life if that's magic.
These storms are counter-rotating depending on which hemisphere they are in.
Yup.
Now, I will say for the record that there are instances where...
No. No, there aren't. Don't go there. You better not say what I think you're going to say. I don't think you're going to say alrighty then. That's not what I'm talking... That was a surprise. No, you're not going to say that there are instances where they go the opposite direction in the hemisphere and stuff. You got to prove that shit. You just can't say it.
The storms do not always... go...
If that's true, prove it, please.
Along with this
You're pissing me off, Bob. Alrighty then?
Predicted Coriolis rotation direction, right? It's rare, but it does happen.
Okay, I got to know if that's true or not. I'm not going to bore you by looking for it right now, but I have to know if that's true or not. I don't think that's true, but it might... I don't know. Sometimes these guys are right about some things.
Okay, so great. There's an exception to the rule.
Holy shit, dude. No, prove it, bro.
Does that prove anything by itself? Nope, not at all. But
stop smacking your lips, Bob. You have not earned the pretentiousness to do that.
What
Damn it.
It does mean is that
again, it's like 4 of them.
There is something that ironically seems to influence the spinning of these storms, and not just the storms, guys, but also air directions in general. And again, I will make note that this doesn't always happen, with these hurricanes and tornadoes and stuff like that. Okay, so I would say, let me go ahead and just give you an idea what might be happening.
Oh my God, I don't know if you guys are hearing this or not. If you've got headphones on, every time he talks, he does something to him, Red Pill Philosophy, all these guys do, man. He's just really getting hardcore with it, man.
Happening. So if we look at the old earth.nullschool.net, which of course...
Oh my God, bro. This is the worst conspiracy garbage. I've seen some good conspiracy garbage, okay? This is not good. This is not good conspiracy garbage, Bob.
Many of you know that they removed the AE map projection because it was a little bit too revealing.
No, oh shit. It wasn't too revealing. Rachel. No, they did not remove it because it was too revealing. My goodness.
Well, where is that?
It doesn't work. It doesn't comport with reality. If you want to say they removed it because it's too revealing, show us where the sun and the moon and the Terminator line is on the damn thing, or quit saying it.
Coriolis logic that we're seeing here, right?
Really? I can see it. I can see some of the Coriolis logic, I think. Kind of looks like... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Why would we see Coriolis logic here? These are just like... What? Let's see here. This is just the wind. This is just wind. This isn't a storm. It's not a hurricane.
right, in the normal wind currents. If we look at these at different altitudes.
Who made a claim about wind currents, dude? Where's the math for showing that wind currents are supposed to do this? Let's skip ahead.
And I can't remember exactly which the hectopascals corresponds to what altitude.
Stop using big words. You have not earned using big words, okay?
Right? You got stuff spinning all over the place in all different globe model. This doesn't really seem to fly very well, does it?
I'm not sure what. Look at that.
Is that Jaren? Is that Jaren? Oh, God. Okay, Jaren's like Sleeping Warrior. Once you've been exposed being really, really deceptive so many times, you just, once you identify someone as that bad of a liar, someone that'll call an apple an orange right in front of your face and then try to argue it with you for an hour, you have to stop listening to them. Why did you sneak Jaren in here? Why'd you sneak Jaren in, Bob?
Globe model, this doesn't really seem to fly very well, does it? Right?
Well, you didn't pull up anything about wind current. You didn't give a speech. None of the shit you said before this has any bearing on what you're showing right now. So, what are you talking about?
Well, look at that right there. I mean, if that doesn't...
Is this all you guys do? Instead of going out and studying, instead of trying to really figure out how things work, instead of trying to go understand what we've discovered up until now, you guys just click around anywhere you can go on the internet. And you try to find things that you can set next to each other that you think will confuse everyone enough to be like, the earth is flat. It doesn't work that way. We can go and look into your claims into Coriolis and see that you're dead wrong. We can then go and look into your claims about the winds and the jet streams and see that you're wrong. But you taking these two things and loosely describing them with a lot of errors and sitting them next to each other, what is that? What Globebusters is? Is this the globe busting formula? Is that what we're witnessing here? Because this is all a waste of time.
Alarm you? I'm not sure what would. So,
well, let's see. What would alarm me? I could go into a lot of things that would alarm me, but I'll get demonetized even worse than I already am. So I won't. But no, this does not alarm me. Well, let me restate that. The fact that you are doing these shows and expecting people out there to not criticize you, not debunk you, not ridicule you, not call you idiots, call you stupid, call you liars, call you deceptive, say that you're doing it for money. That is a little bit surprising, yeah.
So look at that. Tip the globe so we can see the South Pole, Bob, at the center. You should just be able to flip it, towards there you go. So we've got these high...
What does this have anything to do with what you just talked about, though? It doesn't. And you're not describing how it has anything to do with what you just talked about.
Winds going clockwise around the South Pole for some reason. Now flip it so we can see the North Pole. And we'll see that there's nothing close. So, I mean, when you're talking about a globe and we really should be seeing the same thing in the north and the south, we don't see that at all. But if you could flip that to an AE map, which you'd have to go to that other site that you've been giving us. Yeah, but there you go. Doesn't that make a lot more sense when you've just got, for some reason, some winds. Now that's at about, that's higher than planes fly. That's probably.
Okay, so you're just making shit up now at this point. Okay, well, let's skip ahead because you guys start to say some really dumb shit about the Coriolis effect after showing that. If you are someone out there who doesn't realize what just happened, they pull up the Coriolis effect and make some really loose claims and say some really dumb stuff. Then they go into wind currents and then say, why don't wind currents do what the Coriolis effect does? Ha ha, flat earth. That is what just happened. I have no clue why it takes them this long. They should have been able to do that in a couple minutes.
As the sun goes around.
But we're going to hear him again try to describe Coriolis and then try to say, haha, flat earth, except this time we can actually explain how he's being deceptive and lying and all that a lot easier because they're going to try to say things of substance.
This is simply the vortex, the wake vortex that is being created as the sun goes around and is diamagnetically affecting the air and the moisture in it, pushing it away in two different directions. Okay, again, this doesn't fly on the globe. So let's look at what the Coriolis effect actually is, and this is by National Geographic. I've used this before, and this is going to show Coriolis for what it actually is.
What is that supposed to mean? You didn't even describe Coriolis properly yet. How, if you can't describe it properly, how are you going to show us what it really is, or for what it really is?
And that is an illusion. It's something that is not real. There's no force acting on.
No shit, Sherlock. It's an effect. Got me? It's the effect of a circle spinning, and you could use geometry to kind of show you why it's doing this, or you get what I'm saying there, but you don't care. You don't understand geometry, so
Anything. It is simply a matter of perspective and ultimately an illusion. So let's let.
But what does that have to do with anything? It's one of those so what things. It doesn't prove the globe, and it doesn't prove the flat earth. And I mean, is it just some anti-science thing? You get me? It's just a bunch of anti-science stuff, I guess.
Let Nat Geo take this away.
Oh, take this away. I'm trying to make sure that, you know, I say something that will stress how incredibly stupid this is, but I guess I'll just let him talk. By the way, I just showed this like 2 weeks ago to you guys. I think I got it from Blue Marble Science or Bob the Science Guy. I don't remember.
Fair use. And let's have them describe what Coriolis effect actually is. Here we go.
What, are they not monetized? Is that why they keep doing this? They don't care if their monetization gets taken away because they're not monetized anymore, or what?
No.
With a simple game of catch, I think I've found a way to show an effect that will have you doubting your very own eyes. Now, they don't know it yet, but our budding ball players sitting on our specially rigged merry-go-round are about to demonstrate a rather astonishing optical illusion.
All right, here's the game, right? You're going to throw the ball.
That's that, guys. Optical illusion. Let's continue.
Ball straight. So what's your name? Victor, right? Yeah. But this time, I'm going to complicate things slightly. I'm going to rotate the merry-go-round counterclockwise. So you throw it whilst it's moving. What's going to happen?
I don't know why, but I feel like if we're going fast enough,
Yeah.
like I might actually be the one catching the ball.
Okay, so you're going to throw it and you're going to catch it. All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right, what's going to happen, dude?
I was going to veer off to the left.
So the ball is going to swerve off to the left.
Yep.
And you might catch it.
Possibly.
Okay, good. Right, so what's going to happen?
I think it's just going to come straight to me, and I'm going to catch it like the champion that I am.
Show me the catch.
Oh, how boring. Keep going, though.
Okay, great. Right, okay, so everyone, no, hang on, one more. Spencer.
He's not arrogant.
Just quietly
He's
confident.
not catching it. He's
Really?
not catching it, no.
So what's going to happen to the ball?
I feel like I've already shown you guys this. I can't tell if I have or not, because I do so much streaming on DLive. Either way, it's worth making fun of these fools.
Catching it. It's right here.
Great, so we've got one saying to go off to you, one saying comes to you, Spencer, and you think it goes straight ahead, but you think you'll be the one catching it.
And it's a nice little exercise in thought. It's a nice little thought exercise, right? To see how this works, to understand it.
Yeah.
Now remember, the ball will be thrown straight across the spinning merry-go-round, but where will it end up? Will it be caught by the thrower? Will it be caught by the person opposite? Will it be caught by the person to the thrower's left? Or by the person to the thrower?
I wonder how fast you'd have to spin to throw it as if you were going to throw it to the person across from you, but for you to catch it yourself. That'd be interesting.
I was right.
Right, in your own time.
Okay, so did you see that? It curved. But it didn't. It just looked like it did. Why? Because the camera was spinning. Because the camera's spinning, this straight line looks like it curved. You got me?
Throw the ball.
I got this.
What is going on with the sound? What is going on with the sound here, Bob?
So the answer was D. It was in the air.
This couldn't get much right.
Yeah.
Somehow you curve. Do you know what?
We all Agree.
I swear these guys are desperate for watch time, or they're desperate for longer videos. I don't know, because like they didn't need to show these guys jibber jabbering about all of it, but they did.
The ball curved in midair. And this, of course, guys, is exactly what the ballers want you to believe.
What are you talking about? What we want you to believe? What? Why is there a conspiracy theory around this? You literally can test it for yourself. You can see that it happens. You don't need a baller. What, are you saying that because we were throwing a ball now we're a baller? Or are you saying it's the globe thing? You know you're saying it's a globe thing. Why? Why? What is the conspiracy behind something that you can do yourself?
Is that there is an actual physical change of course.
No. What do you mean? You're lying again. Are you kidding me? You literally read it yourself. How is it that we can tell you that it's fictitious? You can stress that it's fictitious, and yet then you can make a statement like this just a couple minutes later. You're lying. You a liar. You a globe liar. You need to change Globebuster to globe liar.
Due to this Coriolis effect, that as you're about to find out, if you haven't seen it already, the ball never curves at all.
So is your huge, massive conspiracy point that takes you hours to get out of your mouth that because it's apparent and because it didn't really curve here, that the Earth is flat and it doesn't affect things that fly a long distance on the globe? Because that's not true, and you can prove that to yourself too. Easily. You could easily prove Coriolis to yourself. Well, what we say is the Coriolis effect. But anyway, I'll let you keep exposing yourself to be incredibly stupid and incredibly dishonest.
It stays precisely on its original path, when the girl threw it, point blank. Here we go.
No idea. It's called the Coriolis effect. And it's very simple.
I'm skipping this because they're just going to explain everything that we've already explained and saw 3 times up to now. So I'm sure everybody gets it by now.
Objects in motion.
Here we go. Nice little picture. So the red line is what really happened, and the orange line is how it looked, but yet it doesn't really look like that. And it's pretty easy to understand why, because you are moving and changing direction while watching this straight line form. You're watching the straight line of the ball happen in real life while you're spinning, so it looked like it curved. It's because you're spinning. Duh. Holy Ramalama Bing Bang. I wanted to curse there, but I replaced it with a Ramalama Bing Bang. Thanks, YouTube.
So what's actually happening here? It appears and you're moving below you, and all of a sudden, look who's in front of that straight moving. Throw it to.
Right. So now the Globers will elaborate on this, and they will try and obfuscate this by saying, "Well, no, it's all about the frame of reference, right?"
You're just not getting what that means. You're just not understanding what the word frame of reference means. Just break down frame of reference into you were spinning, therefore it looked like the straight line was curved, and you'll understand it, Bob.
Right? And remember what I said earlier about frames of reference. The frames of reference becomes null and void when...
No, it doesn't. Because you are spinning, right? You did see a curve, right? You didn't see it go straight, correct? Therefore, it's not null and void. There needs to be a word for what's going on. There needs to be a word for different frames of reference, right? My frame of reference was spinning on the merry-go-round in a circle. Your frame of reference was just standing there watching from the outside. One frame of reference sees things differently than the other. What would you rather call it? Your eyeball effect? Our sight change coefficient? What would you rather call it if you're going to have a problem with it being called a reference frame?
You have a curved linear path, right? So
a curved linear path. What now? Hold up. Am I confused now? Because I think you're dumb. I think the stupidity is now confusing me, and I've actually stayed on track this whole time. Curved linear path. Wouldn't it be either a curved path or a linear path? Or it's a line, but it's a curved line. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're saying, right? It's a curved line. So, okay, no. I got it. I'm with you. Just making sure I follow. It's really hard to follow these guys, okay? You start thinking that everything they're saying is so stupid that you don't want to be as stupid as them, so you don't want to go by what they're saying, even if they are right about something. I don't even know if he is right. I'm confused now. Let's go.
Even their own argument there goes completely against them.
Well, could you please explain how our argument goes against us? Because you just showed the argument. You just proved the argument through your examples. How does it go against us now? Can you please tell us how? Or are you just going to say that and then say let's move on like you do every other time?
So, all right. So now...
Yeah, you're just moving on, aren't you?
Now that we've seen that...
Since you are moving on without explaining how it went against our argument, even though it didn't, we're not going to give it to you. And this is what I want you to understand. Flat Earthers, but specifically Globebusters, Jaren, and the Flat Earth Echo Chamberers, called the Flat Earth Debaters, you're not just going to get to do this anymore. We're not going to let you have it. So when you go in and say something like, boom, or when you say something like debunked, if you don't explain it fully, no, it's not happening. We're not going to log it in our minds. We're not going to give that to you. We're not going to agree here. You definitely did not explain how this went against our argument when it went with our argument. It's just you're too confused. I don't know, but we'll never know because this is the Globebuster formula, and that's what I'm trying to show you here that's different than usual. Take something, F it up really bad, and then say proof, and then don't explain how or why or what happened. Don't prove you know what's up. Just keep going.
I want to show you a couple of things
that
are kind of interesting.
I knew it.
We actually covered...
You ever notice that when he starts to lie a lot, he'll do the mouth slap, or he'll do an alrighty then. You know, when he starts really getting deceptive, you know, he just lied. He just said it went against their argument. That's deceptive. Him moving on without explaining how is deceptive. So then you're either going to get an alrighty then or a mouth slap after that. It's just one of Bob's ticks. Like I said, Bob lost his mind. He started to generate ticks after he bought the gyro. He noticed that it said 15 degrees per hour, and he got this weird tick that happens now after that shit.
This a while back from Flat Earth Awakening, and of course we were doing this as a demonstration for that Dave guy, that Professor Dave guy.
Okay, well, the Professor Dave guy completely debunked every one of your arguments. Your followers know this. Other people on the internet know this. Dave's video is so good, it gets watched over and over and over again by people. That's how good it is. There's so much information in there, and it's all packed in such a short amount of time, and it's explained so perfectly that every minute you're getting another debunk, another thing that completely blasts their flat earth argument out the window forever. And they have just refused to actually answer it. They won't, like here, they won't explain any part of it. They won't say like, okay, Dave, you just debunked that. Well, this is our rebuttal that shows you're wrong, Dave. No, but you just listen to how he talks about Professor Dave after Professor Dave has 3 debunks out on them that contain at least 50 points, each one that completely smashes their model. And hear how Bob talks about him. It's baffling, mind-boggling.
Who is completely lost in space and tried to tell us that the objects in the curved linear path would remain in that frame of reference, and so the bullet would follow the target around, which is utterly laughable.
That's not what he said.
But let's hear from Flat Earth Awakening on this. About Coriolis and what should happen, but what does not happen.
Okay, now this guy is literally going to just... You just heard Bob get it wrong. Real wrong. Well, wait till you see what this guy does, because it's bad. Real frickin' bad. I gotta go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'm not going to drink it, Pete. Sorry. I sat down too fast. Okay, so let's see Flat Earth Awakening. Really bad name for this guy.
For when the U.S. Navy takes a shot at a stationary target.
They do have to correct for this when they take a shot. They do. What do you got now? They can't. It depends on how far they shoot. You can get that and I can get that. Understand our model, I'll understand yours, even though it's ridiculous and it doesn't apply. When they shoot up far enough to the north or south, they do have to correct for Coriolis. It is 100% true. You can make any type of crazy conspiracy claim you want, but you'll never be able to prove that it's not true. You've not proven that it's not true. They do have to correct. Snipers correct if it's far enough. Why? Because it's a giant globe. And just shooting, you know, not that far away. I don't know how far. Bob, the science guy, explains it with the numbers, with the math. Bob shows it. If you want to try to debunk it, any of you crazy flatties out there, watch Bob's video and try to go find some evidence that, you know, once you get to a certain distance, you don't have to correct for it, because you do.
Now, it's funny because now on the video that I was showing at the beginning of the show.
Oh, it's funny, is it? I haven't found anything funny other than when I make fun of you, but please, entertain me. Can you start being funny? If you were funny in any way, it would actually make this tolerable, Bob.
What they would like you to believe is that because of Coriolis effect, that you need to lead a stationary target.
Well, no shit, son, if it's far enough away. If it's not far enough away, you're not going to have to worry about it. Just like Nathan Oakley saying, if you bounce on a trampoline, yeah, if you bounce on a trampoline and you go like straight up about 3 miles in the sky, you're screwed. But no, you get what I'm saying? I don't even think that would work, would it? I'd have to think about it for a while. I don't even know. I don't even think I'd matter. If you didn't have any wind resistance, you could go 3 miles up. It's about when you cover distance and there's a change in latitude. Is it latitude or longitude now? See, now you're confusing me, Bob. When you go up the circle, when you go up, if there's a big difference between this line and this line, then you'll have to correct. You don't correct for the entire line. You only correct for the difference in the line. So if we could zoom into the center of the circle, one line, let's just restart here. Let's Busy, reload the billboard of doom, please. Thank you. Busy, draw me a zoomed in circle. Good job, buddy. Okay, so here's one line. You know, just take the circle away, you ding dong. Okay, so here's a line. Now, let's say you are only 1,000 meters north. the line is only going to have a difference of what? A couple inches? Right? This line on the globe, how fat the globe is at this point and how fat the globe at 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 meters away to the north or south is only going to be a difference in the line, right? Of what? A couple inches. A foot, maybe. If you're lucky, 2 feet, a foot. That's all you'd have to correct for. But that's actually very, very far. You have to go very far away to even get a difference of a few inches. You understand me? So the difference in that line would be the only thing you'd have to correct for.
Which is so laughable. Well, it's just laughable. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not laughable unless you explain why it's laughable, Bob. You don't ever explain why. Never anymore. You've given up on explaining why ever since you saw the ring laser gyroscope. It affected you greatly. It gave you a tick. It makes your head move around whenever you talk like this. Every once in a while, when your head moves, you do this. All these things happened after you saw the gyro. Go to a doctor, Bob. Get some help for this. Unless you explain why it's laughable, we're just going to keep going. We're just going to ignore it. So let's go.
Okay. So anyway, let's listen to Flat Earth Awakening here and what he has to say about this particular.
This is just freaking, this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. I don't even know how. I'm having a hard time even trying to figure out what Flat Earth Awakening says here. It's that bad. It is that bad. I'm going to give him a chance, and then we're going to head to D-Live. Well, we've got a lot of videos to go through. Damn it. We got to get this show moving.
Demonstration. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here's a drill I want to do to obviate the problem with what they teach about the Coriolis effect.
Well, you didn't succeed. You didn't succeed in stressing any problem with the Coriolis effect. You only succeeded in showing how dumb you are.
I picked Singapore because it's on the equator. And we know that on the
You picked Singapore because you just wanted to try to fool people into thinking you knew what you were talking about, so you picked real locations.
Equator, the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles an hour. There are a few equatorial cities, but this is a good one because it's also on the water. There happens to be a lighthouse in Singapore also, which makes an excellent stationary target. This is called the Marina Lighthouse in Singapore within 1 degree of the equator. So let's bring in the shooter who's going to hit this target. Meet Mr. New Jersey. This is one of the biggest battleships ever made. It has a 16-inch gun that can reach 25 miles. I've seen specs that say up to 28 miles, depending on the ammunition, but here's a quick snip of some proof. They're saying...
And you could bet your booty, Flat Earth Awakening, that if they're firing to the north or south, and it goes a certain amount of distance, they're going to have to correct for this. 100%. No way around it.
That bullet actually goes almost 2,700 feet per second, and here they claim 24 miles. I've seen different ones.
What do you mean they claim? For fuck's sake! You think it's just a claim? Have you been claiming things so much now that you think anything that another person says is a claim? They test these bullets. You can go get the test and read the test. For God's sakes. They don't just make the bullet and then claim things. They don't. Are you trying to say that they don't test fire the shit? They do. They practice. They have drills. They keep people up to speed on this shit. So no, they didn't just claim that it goes a certain distance. They've tested it and they've given the results that people repeat when they talk about these bullets.
The weight of that bullet is a ton.
The bullet weighs a ton? Wow, that's a heavy bullet.
Here's a picture of an old decommissioned barrel.
That bullet weighs a ton? What they got in that thing?
With the mock projectile to give you an idea of the size of this gun. Because this is what we're going to hypothetically set up as a scenario to hit that lighthouse.
Well, you should have used a simulator. You should have used an actual physics simulator of some kind to do this, so then maybe you wouldn't have jacked it up so bad. But
here's one of the projectiles in the magazine tube where it would feed up to the gun.
Why do we care? Just get to the point, ding dong.
And once it gets up there, they pack hundreds of pounds of powder
Well, no shit, Sherlock. Do you have to state things on such a basic level? We know that. We don't think it's magic like you guys do. We do know that they have to pack powder in there to make the bullet shoot.
behind that bullet. It's one of the more impressive guns anyone could ever see fired. When they pull...
I'm sure, but you haven't seen it fired. Have you seen it fired? Have you not just watched it fired in a video? You're saying you've witnessed this fire, huh? Because you don't directly say that. I haven't heard you directly say you've witnessed it be fired. Why wouldn't you? If you had, you'd want to.
Pull the trigger.
Don't they push a button? Don't they push a button? They pull a trigger? Well, that'd be a really big trigger, wouldn't it?
The explosion is so enormous that it...
How did... so you've been there when you've watched one of these, or you fired one of these. You were in the Navy and you manned one of these.
It sounds like it's the end of the world.
I think you're just repeating what other people have said.
When you see them fire them off from the air, you can see the decompression of that barrel gas.
You've seen them fire these from the air? Or are you just talking about pictures?
Make a shockwave across the water the size of a foot.
I've seen helicopters fire Hellfire missiles in real life. That was an experience.
Ball field.
I'm not saying that you weren't in the military and haven't seen it. I just think that the way you're talking, you just, if I'm going to talk about a Hellfire missile in any way on my show, I will bring up the fact that I've seen them fired from a helicopter. So, you know, I don't know why you're not bringing this up.
So you aim at your lighthouse 25 miles away, you pull the trigger, boom, it should fall to the ground, right?
Well, let me state this. I've seen missiles fired from a helicopter that I was told by a soldier was a Hellfire missile. That's what I'll say.
Well, not exactly. We got a couple problems with this, and let's use...
No, we don't have any problems. The only problem is that you have there's a problem with your brain or your reading comprehension or, I don't know, something here, but go ahead.
Math.
There's no problem with the math. How do they hit the targets if there's a problem with the math? How do they hit the targets? You're going to say that they build these giant guns. They build these giant bullets. They spend all this money. They train all these people. They attach them to these giant carriers. And they don't even their math is wrong. And they haven't been hitting their targets for all this time. That's what you're saying to me?
25 mile...
Now I really don't believe you've ever seen these things fired.
Target from the New Jersey...
Because I don't believe anything that comes out of your mouth.
Jersey has a flight time of 90 seconds. So you're aiming 90 degrees from the ship straight to the equator to hit that lighthouse. And it takes 90 seconds for the bullet to get there. Problem is, in 90 seconds at the equator, the Earth moves 25 miles.
That's not a problem. I don't know that his math is right or wrong, and I don't care to fact check it because that's not a problem. It's not a problem that the Earth rotates. Everything rotates. The bullet, the carrier that fires it, the lighthouse. The only thing that has to be corrected for are the inches of difference that one line moves compared, to the other line.
So it takes 90 seconds for the bullet to get from the ship to the lighthouse.
Now here's where you, Flat Earth, whatever your name is that has the word Flat Earth in it, get so wrong. You're not accounting for the movement of the bullet. You're acting like what? The carrier moves with the spin of the Earth. The lighthouse moves with the spin of the Earth. The atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth. The bullet, though, does not. Once it's fired? Why? Here's why it would. Here's why you're wrong. No, I don't want to save it. Ding dong busy. You're a ding dong busy. I would normally say something much worse than ding dong, but YouTube will demonetize me. They will ding me. Okay, here's where you're so wrong. Now, this triangle is your ship. This triangle is your lighthouse. This is moving around the Earth, Remember how we explained earlier how big a line is at a certain, at the equator, and how big a line is going north. The line that this sits on is what, its length, and there is a difference in these lines due to them not being that far away from each other. Now, this lighthouse isn't up in Alaska or something. This lighthouse isn't at the North Pole. These lines are near each other, and there's only a few inches difference between these lines. So, since all of these things, this one's moving at the speed that its line rotates around, and this is moving at the speed that its line rotates around. Because this line goes a few inches slower than this line, that's all that has to be corrected. So what this gun has to do, here's our gun sticking out of the carrier. When it fires the bullet is rotating with the rotation of the gun. It left this barrel, and it was, imparted with the movement of the carrier and the barrel. This is moving. All the bullet has to do is aim for the difference in those two lines, which would be a few inches ahead of the lighthouse, and it will rotate along. It won't curve. It'll rotate along, and as this moves forward, those couple inches, it'll hit it. Easy. Simple. In fact, if you weren't here earlier, I'll do my quick explanation of what's going on. Take a circle. Draw a line at the equator. That line is this long. Draw a line at where the lighthouse would be. The line of the lighthouse will be just a couple inches shorter than this line. And if we look at the hand of a clock, at the line, the top of the hour hand moves a greater distance than any line drawn as you get closer to the center. Because of the difference here, you have to correct. That's the Coriolis effect on these fired bullets.
But in that 90 seconds, the lighthouse moves 25 miles.
Along with the carrier, the bullet. So, who cares? Reference frames, remember? Why does it matter? You're acting like once the bullet's fired, it will not be going straight with the inertia of the object it was fired from, when obviously it will. How do you know? Because let's say you're driving in a car and you're inside the car and you throw a freaking ball to your... Let's say you're driving in a really long car. Let's say this car is like this long. Billboard of Doom, busy. So here's your car you're driving in. Here's the wheels. Now, normal cars are like, like this big, right? And these are their wheels. Well, this car is really freaking wide. Like, this is the widest car in the world, and you're driving in this sucker. And it's got like 80 seats going down it. Like 80 of them seats. You're here and your friend's here. And you chuck a ball at your friend. He's gonna catch it. Why? Because... well, let's say you're driving 200 miles per hour. This is a super car, bro. Not only does this super car, not only is it really wide, but it's fast. When you throw it, the ball is moving with that extra 200 miles per hour. The ball doesn't shoot back to the back of the car. Since you're traveling 200 miles per hour, your friend's traveling 200 miles per hour. When you throw the ball, it's going to go straight to your friend. As we've discussed all night, Bob, the same thing will happen with the carrier, the lighthouse, and the bullet. The bullet doesn't just lose all rotation of the earth when it's fired. The bullet doesn't just shoot back. You get what I'm saying, guys? This is the dumbest argument. Does Bob call him out? No, Bob finds this presentation and picks it and says, great, awesome, it proves flat earth. This is why flat earth is fake. And it's that easy to see. It is that easy to see why flat earth is fake. These dishonest people know that that bullet is going to travel the same as the carrier and the lighthouse, but they purposely in their little drawing, act like the bullet's going to lose all of its momentum when fired and shoot back to where the lighthouse was. Unless you shoot 25 miles ahead of the lighthouse, you ain't going to hit it. Well, sorry, the lighthouse isn't in the, like, right up by the pole here. Sorry, buddy. You wrong. Easily wrong. Easily provably wrong.
So you're going to miss it by 25 miles.
No, ding dong. Ding dong. You'd only miss it by a couple inches. You only miss it by the difference in those lines. You don't miss it by 25 miles. You just said that they're really close to each other. Are you kidding me?
Now, those are nice
ding dong
numbers to work with because
you a ding dong, and those aren't nice numbers to work with, and you a ding dong.
It sets.
I apologize if you weren't here earlier. I can't curse on YouTube anymore, and I'm going to start replacing my curse words with words that will have an equal effect. That's right, ding dong has an equal effect to effing idiot.
It's up a triangle, and you can do a little math to go, well, could I actually lead the target? And
you'd have to lead the target a few inches, yes. You'd have to lead the target, the difference in the rotation of these two things, like in the spin of a clock. For anyone that didn't get it, one more time, I want you to see how simple this is. A clock with an hour hand. If you draw a line to where this point goes around this, and then you draw a line to where this point goes, the second line is shorter. If this was the Earth and you were shooting a gun between those 2 points, you would correct for this distance. He's acting like you would have to correct for the entire distance, which is wrong. You only correct for the distance that is shorter. The distance that's missing. That's it. Because the bullet is fired with the speed of this line moving. Since the lighthouse is moving this line, there is a difference of this amount right here. That's the difference. Now, that will always end up being a few inches. Why? At the most, 2 feet is the most that I've ever seen, even from a big gun shooting. Why? Because you can't shoot all the way up the Earth. You can only shoot, like he said. What was the distance of the bullet? 20 miles or something? Right?
Compensate for the Earth spinning underneath of it, like they say.
Yes, you do. You have to, or you'll miss the damn thing by inches.
You have to? Well, how far is it? A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
No, dum-dum. Why? Because this line is wrong. This line is wrong. It is not accounting for the movement of the bullet that was imparted on by the carrier. Your math is wrong, your triangle is wrong, your lines are wrong, and that's why the Earth isn't flat.
Which will give you the distance of the hypotenuse.
This is why you do have to correct for Coriolis when firing weapons over a large distance and not over a small distance.
You would have to use to lead the target at a 45-degree angle.
You'd have to lead the target by so much less than that.
And you'll find that you couldn't hit that target.
Yes, you could, and they do. They do. They hit them all the time while correcting for what I just explained. So, let's say we know they're correcting for what I just explained. So, what are you saying? That they're lying about correcting by what I just explained? You didn't explain that that's what you think. You just completely explained the entire thing wrong. For Bob to pick this up, the point I want to make is I'm repeating myself because of how stupid this is and how much I want to make sure everybody gets it. Even if this ding-dong sees this video, I want to make sure he gets it. If Bob, the ding-dong, sees this video, I want to make sure he gets it. That's why I've repeated it so much. This is so utterly wrong. And for Bob to say that this is some kind of evidence of something shows why he thinks the Earth is flat. He doesn't understand the world or physics or geometry or anything for that matter. I can't even believe that Bob can tie his shoes after this video. I know that Flat Earth, what's his name, the guy that made this video, can't tie his shoes. But now I can't even believe that Bob can.
It ends up being a 33-mile hypotenuse.
That was such a scientific experiment. Laughed my ass off. There is no universe. These topics get more boring every week. They get boring because they're absolute lies. That looks like a genuine battleship. The take my mind on a magic carpet ride effect. No, how about go back to school effect? That's what Bob is doing to you, the go back to school effect.
You're going to...
Now, mind you, at 33 miles, it would be too far away.
There you go. Point made. Bob is literally... Bob can't even tell where this is wrong. He is not even intelligent enough to see where this is wrong.
Because that's out of the range of that particular battleship, right? So if you...
No, it's not. It's not. Are you trying to say that no battleship has ever hit any target over X amount of distance? You know they have.
But if you let it, right, theoretically, then you'd still only be shooting 25 miles.
No, you only lead it by a few inches. At the most, a couple feet.
And the target would...
If it's an extreme distance, it'd be a couple feet.
Would come right to it, and then it would blow it away, right? But again...
It does blow it away. It does hit things that far. That's why they say the maximum range is that far.
Again, leading a stationary target, really, that's so absurd. And they try and tell you the same thing with rifle shots, too.
Yes, you do have to correct rifle shots that are far away. The movement of the difference of those two lines I showed you are very, very just infinitesimal at 1,000 meters. It only... I think you might have... It might be an inch or two at 1,000. I don't know. Bob has the math up on his channel. Bob the Science Guy. I'm not going to make claims. I'm not even going to say I'm right. I don't know how much you got to correct at 1,000. I know that under... I guarantee you that under 600 you don't have to correct. I know for a fact that at 300... Either 3 or 350, no, 300, you don't have to correct. Because when I went to the range, I shot 300 meters, I hit my targets, and I didn't have to correct. And I hit 38 out of 40 targets.
But it just simply doesn't happen. But let's continue on, and then...
What doesn't happen, Bob? What? Which part of it doesn't happen? Are you saying none of it happens? I mean, my God, you're not even explaining this easily or correctly on a term of explaining it as a flat Earth video to people. You're making it to where, like, everybody has to wonder what you're saying. You're not even effectively explaining this.
I will tell you what Professor Dave's objection.
Did you hear it? He had the tick again. Right before he lied. Well, right after he lied and right before he lied, he had the tick again. I'm on to something with this. The ring laser gyroscope has made Bob crazy.
Was to this. And, you know, for a professor, this guy is completely clueless.
He is not clueless for a professor. You're just saying that because you don't want your audience to go watch his videos. Because his videos fully debunk the flat Earth. And his videos tell you what you would have to do in the most basic form to even start to be able to prove a flat Earth or get close to proving a flat Earth. You haven't done any of those, even the most basic things. And that's why you have to demonize Professor Dave to try to incite your viewers to not click his name, to not click his videos. You watch Professor Dave's videos as a flat Earther, you will not be a flat Earther anymore. 3 videos. The first one is something like the Earth isn't flat or how you can tell the Earth isn't flat. You can just type his name in and they come right up. These are the flat Earth killers right here. How do you know that these are the flat Earth killers? Because they will not pull them up and account for them. They tried to do the first one. He came back with this one and showed that every explanation that they gave, Jaron and Bob, for his first video was wrong, provably. So because he did this, the Globebusters are too scared to even go through the rest of them, or maybe even explain the first part of this one. The first part of this one fully debunks the flat Earth. Take a listen.
Let's move.
I just gonna... Professor Dave, I'm only playing the first part to defend you against Globebusters who are still talking shit about you, lying, by the way, up until months later. I just want to play the first part because it fully debunks them. Here we go.
Hey everyone, this is going to be a pretty different video from what I normally post. If you're from the Flat Earth realm, you know what this is about. If you're one of my regular viewers, I'll fill you in as quickly as possible. Last week, I posted a video about how we know the Earth isn't flat. This was really just to reinforce and contextualize some lessons from earlier in my astronomy playlist. I figured I'd get a few trolls, nothing major, but instead the entirety of the Flat Earthers informed out. Everything they were saying I was discrediting in real time, and they were acknowledging none of it. On top of that, they were extremely rude to me, so I had to respond simply as a point of honor, and that's this. So let's begin.
Okay, here we go.
I'll start with the only valid criticism you had of me, and that is that I misrepresented your model and didn't research it enough. You're right. I didn't look up almost anything you believe. But now that you've told me so many of the things that you do believe, even better. Let's go through how all of them are wrong. Since I botched your model so horribly, let's go straight to yours. This is the one you showed me to explain the seasons.
Now, here's what he does. He systematically, simply goes in and shows how they're wrong on all of this, and until they can explain it, they cannot explain. They can't go to Coriolis. They can't go to all these other crazy things that, if you notice, they're all the Flat Earth channels that were affected by this video, ever since it started to have an effect, all of them now try to skip all the parts of it that Dave completely smashed and move on to these convoluted things that they hope they can confuse with. That shows how much, it shows how deceptive they are, how big of con men they are. Or I don't have a good sentence for this. It shows how much they lie. They realize the damage it's done. They realize that now they can't go to these things, and they've moved on to things that they think are convoluted to a point enough that they'll be able to use. Watch.
It attempts to account for the temperature differential throughout the year, but I'm sorry, it's not compatible with observation. Here's why. These are the two tropics. I don't know what you think these circumferences are, but it's safe to say that this one is smaller than this one.
Yes, it is.
If that's the case, one of two things must be true. Option 1, this object maneuvers the inner path in a shorter amount of time. Option.
So, simply put, he shows how the sun doesn't do these things. It does it observably. You can go out and take observations that show it doesn't move through these tropics. It doesn't change. It doesn't go faster or slower. So it's not compatible with reality, and therefore can be wiped completely off the face of the earth. That's why you can't use the AE map. Bob just said tonight, or I'm sorry, in the video I played tonight, that the AE map has been changed because of how accurate it is. The AE map is not accurate. It is impossible. And until you come up with any explanation to how all this works, it can't be used. You're just referring to something that is easily and verifiably debunked.
2, it moves much slower. That would mean.
Let me go to the next point.
Showed me for night and day. We all know that precisely half the Earth is experiencing day, and the
Now, keep in mind, the Globebusters showed this to try to debunk Dave. The first thing they showed for the seasons, and then this one for night and day. The problem is, why can't Jaren and Bob show something that does both of these things? They purposely leave out the tropics in this explanation, and they purposely leave out night and day in the other explanation. Why? Because these two explanations are in contrast with each other. They debunk each other. And on top of that, they're not, in line with reality. How in the hell, and Dave would say it, but I'm going to skip past it, does the sun cut off like this? Magically? Like, it's just magic? Just like Bob has said 4 times tonight. Well, it's like magic. The Coriolis effect. No, this is magic right here. The sun just, there's just ending at half the Earth. And that's what you're saying happens with your model. Well, we know that's not true. We know it can't do that. And because you can't explain it, it's bunk. But Professor Dave says the most prophetic thing right after he shows this. Listen. Oh, and this is good too. I'll go ahead and keep in the hotter part. Take a listen.
How do they get on opposite sides of the Earth for a lunar eclipse? If the sun is very, very close and is also the source of all our heat,
why doesn't it get hotter when we go up?
Why doesn't it get hotter when you go up towards it in elevation? None of it works. We've barely even started, but let's review. We are trying to explain just two phenomena, seasons and night and day. To do this, you have two different models, both of which are incompatible with observation, but furthermore, they are incompatible with each other. Why can't you even attempt to explain both of these phenomena at the same time? Going back to
Now, I'm going to skip through the other things that he says here, but he makes such a prophetic, awesome statement here in a second. Debunks even more of it, and then
obviously inconsistent. Therein lies the problem with the flat earth model. You don't have one.
This is why they don't have a model. So what did they start doing when they realized, oh my God, we literally cannot, it is impossible for us to make a model for the flat earth. It's impossible for us to explain night and day. Impossible for us to explain the seasons. Impossible for us to explain the gradient. What did they start doing after this all came to a head and everyone started saying, who cares about your Coriolis bullshit? You haven't even done this yet? Well, it's pretty obvious, but I'll say it in a second. This is the best part.
You can't even explain two phenomena with the same model. The globe model has no problem doing this.
Bam. But what do we have now? We have all the flat earthers trying to, every day, word salad out with all the confidence in the world that they're debunking and that it doesn't work and that the Coriolis is magic and this and that. And they are purposely avoiding these simple things Dave just put out. These simple things, by the way, are the most basic observations in our reality. How night and day work, where the sun is, what city is in night and what city isn't at any given time. You get me? This is how you know that the earth isn't flat. And it's crazy to me because at the beginning of this show, we had people in our chat saying things about water and curving and everything else. By the way, Professor Dave completely handles that. If you look in a level, there's a curved bubble of water in there. Water does curve. Water fits whatever container you put it in, and it responds to any force acting on it. These are all now, this is now us just repeating over and over again to them. Every time they try to stir up some new thing and then say, Coriolis, bad part here on the screen. Hey, this is, the bullet doesn't hit the lighthouse because of this, ha ha ha. Flat Earth, Globe Earth debunked. You can't say Globe Earth debunked. You can't say any of that stuff until you've hit the basic things. Because for all you know, with these convoluted, complicated things you're bringing up, there's some other reason. Just like I showed you, there's an easy reason for this. This is basic and easy. But they do put out stuff sometimes that have complicated explanations. I'm not going to go into any of them because they're very rare. Coriolis seems like it's hard to get. It's only hard to get because of the fact that it has to do with, somebody spinning around while looking at a straight line, and that can be a little bit weird at first. I mean, and once you show basic tests, it's not weird anymore. At first, though, everybody's like, damn, that's strange. Well, we don't spin around all the time. In fact, a lot of us don't spin around ever because we get sick. I get sick if I get on, the swing ride at the fair or that Gravitron dealio. I don't ride those because they made me sick my whole life. I don't like doing anything that spins. A lot of us have that happen, and we avoid those things. So it is foreign for us to try to picture what happens when we're spinning two lines and objects thrown forward and such. But once you show these basic tests, it all comes into perspective. And at the end, what Professor Dave said is the best explanation. So I'm going to have to pound through the rest of tonight's show because by tomorrow, and I'm going to be on the SHILLS tomorrow, so I don't think I'll stream on YouTube tomorrow. And by Sunday, there's going to be 2 more days of crazy, stupid videos put out that we will have to reckon with. So let's just smash through what we got. I found this video. It's pretty entertaining.
Before me did, and obviously my grandma and grandpa, what else do you expect from me? They even graduated the 5th grade, so, they know what they're talking about.
How about school? Did your school books tell you the earth is a globe?
They have a professor, of course he's a little puppet, the Seattle Green flat Earth puppets. It's pretty funny. I just can't figure out if they're flat earthers or if they're not flat earthers, but you know. Oh, here we go. Introducing Professor and his student Rocky Raccoon. Professor is trying to prove to Rocky the Earth is flat and stationary. By the end of the video, Rocky understands the Earth is flat and stationary. So I can't tell, but it's funny. Then we have a pretty big channel today putting out a video. Is the Earth flat or round? It's a sketch. It's pretty funny.
I know what I telling you. The Earth wrong. Saddest man, you song and stupid boy. The Earth not wrong. It's flat. Horse. I can show you a picture now of the Earth. It is round, not flat. I don't want to hear nothing about no picture. Picture does lie. Cause I fed up see y'all and picture they look good. And when I see them in person, they're ugly. And furthermore, this is a circle. Watch this. It fall, it dead. The Earth flat. You idiot, Dan. All you had to do is go on Google and type it up on a brother. I don't want no nothing more, no Google. You only gave me one set of examples. I go give you some too. You see a big flat B14 windscreen forehead? That is how flat the world is. The world flat like your mother butt.
He's funny. This is Certified Samson, 196,000 subs. Check him out. Pretty funny video. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We have a returning flat earther to the scene, and I have no clue. How in the world do you get this weird aspect ratio for your videos, CC? How do you even do it? It's not a cell phone. It's not a cell phone aspect ratio. So, did you break your camera? What in the hell is going on with... I don't know how this even fits on any screen. It's crazy. Okay. He says some of the stupidest shit ever, as he always does. Take a listen.
And that was when I was talking.
Once again, we're at the part of the show where we're hitting today's crazy videos that I found just by doing some basic searches and having some basic submissions sent to the show. If you want to submit, go to Twitter at UNIRockTv and tag me with a crazy video you find or something you want me to see. And you can tag my mods also, or tag my producer, UniRachel's on Twitter. You can join my Discord if you are someone that comes to the show a lot. We'd love to have you in Discord, and that way if you find a crazy video, you can put it in there and my mods will grab it and make sure we have a live stream room so that you can put any submissions there for the night or whatever. Anyway, if you want to submit to me, you can get them to me. Email me if you can't get it any other way. So let me get this lined up and let's hear the craziness coming out of this. He's so crazy. You are a crazy guy.
Talking about the space shuttle with the helium. That NASA is the biggest purchaser of helium in all of the companies of the entire country. Wake the fuck up, guys. Come on. You see this thing wobbling on the on the platform right before it's about to take off. I mean, really. It's all right. It's all right. Doesn't make it.
It's all right? Nothing that you just said is all right. Nothing that you said is even sane.
You got to have an open mind for that, right? You got to think.
No, you have to be very much propagandistic. You have to be affected by propaganda. You just got people out there that don't like NASA and don't like the United States and don't like space. And they're just trying to convince you that all this craziness is real or something. Because nothing you've said proves anything. It, in fact, just proves you're crazy.
You have to know about flat Earth. Anyway, so last time he did this, I think I increased about 100 subs or 200 or something like that. And he only had about 40,000 subs back then. Now he's got, don't quote me on.
CC, you're losing your damn mind. You weren't talking about a YouTuber. You were talking about helium and NASA. What are you talking about, bro? You skipped topics and didn't even tell us what you were going to go into. It's like your brain just like jumped or something, bro. Your brain just jumped topics.
On this, I don't know, somewhere around 200, over 250,000 subs. And pretty much all it's done for my channel is increase my sub count by 10. So I lost 10 a couple of weeks ago, so I'm up where I should have been.
Yeah, but if somebody's criticizing you and then you get a gain from it, it's just people that are so morbidly curious about your psychosis that they decided to subscribe and turn on the bell so they know they can make fun of your content when you put it out. It's not a good thing, buddy.
From 2 weeks ago. That's pretty sad, don't you think? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, because, I mean, there is a rumor going around that he purchases his subs. You know, I don't know. Who knows? But when somebody tells me that there is space out there, it does exist because it does, frightens me.
Well, it exists. What else do you want him to say? It scares you? Maybe it does. Maybe you're one of those types of people who think that if space exists, then there's no God. When all the great philosophers that believed in space and put out all of their findings, most of them believed in God and believed in the observations and principles that they espoused. I don't understand how there's this like fundamentalist group, and for them, the existence of space, the fact that NASA does launch satellites and rockets and probes, it scares them. It makes them think like, whoa, we might die and become nothing, you know, like, I don't know why. None of us really know what happens when we die. To be completely honest, nothing that we look at in our universe is ever going to give us the answer of why we're here, or if there is a God. We're never going to know that until we die. So, I don't know why science scares people. I don't get it. But it does seem like he's one of the ones scared by science.
Anyway, today's Friday, and I hope everybody has a good weekend. Sorry about the trolls. They'll be around for the next few days, hitting my channels. So if I don't get to your comments, I apologize about that.
The trolls. We gotta look. We gotta look here in a minute.
Everybody knows who's loved here. Anyway, you should know that by now. You've all been kind enough to leave educational and...
Well, it didn't work. None of the educational comments that got left on your channel have had any effect, Cece. In fact, it's almost had the opposite effect. It angers you.
Informative comments that I see people like to read because they leave comments too. And I see people chatting in my comment section, which is good, and that's what this is all about, you know? It's not about money, it's about getting...
So why don't you believe in space? And why don't you believe that NASA does send rockets up into the sky? And why don't you believe that we have sent probes to certain planets and collected data on those probes? I mean, by now, those comments should have helped you come to the realization that you're wrong, because you're provably wrong, easily provably wrong. It's not even complicated. Yeah, I don't know if you're an honest guy, Cece.
Getting the word out to people, you know.
The word out? Why would you ever have to get the word out about facts? You don't need to get a word out to them. All you got to do is give them the evidence, and bam, you're good to go. Unless they're in denial, unless they're going to deny the evidence, unless they're just going to cry, it's fake, it's fake. You don't need any word. In fact, you need word when you try to propagandize people. When there are facts there that show something, but you don't want them to see those facts, and you want them to think something other than what those facts show, that's when words are necessary.
Oh, and that's another thing, too, I wanted to bring up with his channel.
I would love to know who he's talking about.
He's got that many subs, but yet I don't think he runs any ads, and he puts work into his channel.
What?
Because I know people, well, we all know people that are in Flat Earth that are half of what he has, and they have...
Oh, he's talking about a flat earther, then, is he?
Ads on their channel. So who's paying him, is my question.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding. Where did all this, like, truth stuff and evidence stuff and conversation and stuff come from if you're just going to throw an accusation like that out with such weak shit, dude? He doesn't run ads, therefore somebody's paying him. What? How do you know he doesn't just do what Jim Sterling does and run a Patreon? Jim Sterling has a YouTube channel with, like, 600,000 subs and never has run ads ever. Even back when ads were extremely lucrative. and he commentates on video games and tech industry. And he doesn't turn on ads because he doesn't want to deal with YouTube judging him. He wants to be able to curse. He wants to be able to show what he wants to show. And he doesn't want to have demonetization or any of that going on. So he said, look, audience, I'm going to just do Patreon. No ads. If you want me to do these videos, if you support me on Patreon, I will. And he gets like $20,000 a month or some crazy shit. But it doesn't just mean that Jim Sterling's paid by George Soros or something, for God's sakes.
Is he being paid? I don't know.
If you don't know, then why are you posing the question? It's a little rude.
I'm not here to make any accusations.
You just made an accusation. See, this is how it works, Cece. If you're going to accuse the guy of something, even if it's loosely, like you just did, you don't get to just say, I'm not here to do that, and act like we're just going to take it like that way. You just lied and tried to cover your ass after accusing him. A very bad look.
I'm just here to say hi, because I know you saw my video.
No, you're here to say that NASA has the most helium, has bought the most helium because it's like rockets or balloons or some shit like that. That's what you're here to say. Because you said it.
Okay. A couple things I wanted to talk about with you.
Oh, here we go. Now he's going to get into the meat of the video. You think after what you just heard would be the meat. Now we're getting into the meat of it.
I was thinking.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
About all this shit before, and
now you're not thinking about anything.
Oh, okay. The solar
here it is. He got it. It came back.
Which we all know does not exist. All right.
No, we do know that it exists. Why do we know that it exists? Because we can look up into the damn sky with the telescope and see it, and then we can look at the data from the probes and see that it's not fake and that it matches what we can observe on the ground with our own eyes, with our own telescope. Once again, I'm not going to buy into any of that bullshit that says that telescopes are pre-programmed by NASA to show you planets that aren't there. That's redonkulous. Yes, the solar system exists. You are here to make claims. You are here to make accusations. You're a liar, sir.
If anybody just takes a conventional telescope and looks at any of these stars.
Yes, I've looked at Jupiter. I've looked at Saturn. I've seen exactly what I see, just less resolution. I see the bands. I see the moons. I've seen the rings. I've seen all of it. So, nope.
And we all have the equipment out there available now.
Yeah, what do you think the damn observatories are? They're just bigger telescopes. So how do you know the observatory's not lying to you? Because you can buy a telescope and check it. You can even see galaxies and nebulas and everything, dude.
So have they leaked this? Have they allowed this technology to come out?
Have they leaked it? They were using telescopes long ago. Somebody built the damn things and looked into the sky with them and wrote down what they saw. And nowadays we build our own telescopes. We could buy them. We could build them. We could whatever. And we look up into the sky ourselves. What would be leaked? What could ever be leaked? Some secret leak like, we gotta... The government's coming. Somebody hurry before the government gets here. Leak out the plans to the telescope. Yes, I know there are telescopes already out there, and they've been using them since like 1200 or like 800 or like negative 1000 or something. What are you talking about, CC?
You know, I don't know. I have no idea.
You really don't have an idea.
You know, so we can see. Because once you...
We have eyes, yes.
See the truth, then you understand.
Yeah, I understand the truth.
The lies. And that's...
I just watched your video. I now see all of your lies, and I know that the truth is that you're a psycho, crazy liar.
The problem. People don't want to see. They don't want to...
Actually, now he's looking in the mirror. Every flat earther does this once they get going a little bit too far in their video. They start looking in the mirror, they start projecting their own insecurities out and accusing other people of those insecurities. Take a listen.
See the stars that are supposedly real stars, suns that are up there. They don't want to focus in on a conventional telescope and actually look at these unusual sparkling things that look like they have water behind them.
No, that's actually only happening because you're not using a powerful enough telescope. you know, you're looking at Mars and seeing this sparkling thing because you're using like a P900 camera instead of a telescope, bro, and they're really far away. And like I said, you can look at the pictures that the probes bring back, and you can look through really powerful telescopes and see it matches.
They don't look anything like NASA has said, but
Yes, they do. They really do. I've seen it myself, and you're not going to tell me it's not true just because you're too lazy to go out and look for yourself.
I go in and I zoom in on planets.
Well, your telescope or camera sucks, sir.
And they look like, yeah, they look two-dimensional, first off.
No, they don't.
They look flat.
No.
And then someone's going to come back and say, okay, well, you're looking through it in a telescope, so it's a two-dimensional object looking it through a telescope, which is...
No, not even that. It doesn't. You can see shadows and shit sometimes. You're just fucking stupid, bro.
You can't see 3D. Yeah, all right, I'll buy that for a little bit, but you should...
But better be a good one.
Should still be able to see some sort of 3D animation when you're looking.
You should see 3D Do you know what animation is?
No matter what you're looking at it at.
You shouldn't see animation. You should see movement.
But this is not the point. We're all... Anybody who's at my channel, we are way beyond this. I mean...
No, the reason why you're laughing that way when you say that is because you're uncomfortable when you say that, knowing that you're way behind.
We're at this point into mud flood, we're into giants, we're into previous civilization.
You're into a lot of shit that is speculatory.
Where they're getting our technology from.
Where they're getting... Well, if you're curious about where technology came from, you do know that it's all recorded. You do know that you could actually watch a documentary or two. You do know that you could do some history. You could research some stuff. You want to know how a phone works? Go look. It'll tell you. You want to know where the computer chips came from? Go look. You can build your own. You can build your own computer chips. They didn't come from aliens, bro.
Are they actually inventing it? No, I don't think so.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I don't think so. I really don't. You know, the human species is...
You do a lot of thinking that, ironically, always goes down one lane of thought. Most people who are neutral are going to say, I don't know, so I need to go out and figure it out. I need to learn. I need to figure out what's there. You, on the other hand, say, I don't know, but has to be the freaking mud flood, bro.
It's not really that smart.
You based. You biased. You been brainwashed by conspiracy.
You know, but I could be wrong. Who knows? Who knows?
You are wrong. Yes. You know how you can tell you're wrong? Because you're admitting that you don't know while making a bunch of conclusions.
So let's get into the fake solar system. That does...
Yes, please. I'd love to hear you prove this with anything at all that I could source, look up, and figure out myself, please.
Does not exist.
Because I can prove that the solar system's there myself through my own observations. So let's see what you got.
I want you to think... Well, no, I want you to think about the sun. Actually, forget about...
Holy shit balls.
Throw the solar system away. I want you to...
Well, no, I won't. I won't throw the solar... You've thrown the solar system away. I refuse to live in your fantasy dream world.
Think about the sun, the formation of the sun.
Okay, I'm there with you.
Of the beginning of our solar system.
Gotcha. So it was this giant nebulous gas cloud, and due to gravity, it all started to come together, and due to certain, like, you know, parts of the gas cloud being thicker in some parts and thinner in others, we had planets form, we had the sun form. Gotcha. I'm with you. Keep going.
Which created our solar system, right? Now,
what?
Remember, the sun came from nothing.
No, it didn't. It came from something. It came from the shit that was floating around out there. And gravity and all of it being pulled together, and eventually all the stuff at the center getting hot and getting like so big, and that it eventually lit itself into a self-perpetuating fusion. Got me? I know I'm not using the best description here, but sorry, I need to study up myself. But anyway, you get what I'm saying.
Came from gas.
That gas isn't nothing, ding dong. You just said nothing. Now you're saying gas.
Whirling around very quickly. And then finally
Whirling around quickly. Maybe that's why you don't get it. Whirling around quickly. Whirling around quickly. I don't know.
Forming this core, this hot, super hot conductor.
Conductor?
This fucking core that's so hot. It's beyond scale at this point, but they'll come up.
There's always a they with this guy, aren't there?
Ridiculous numbers, but anyway. So
we're getting into crazy town, y'all. Buckle in, get your seatbelts fastened. Getting into crazy town all of a sudden.
that's the whirling of the gases. So what happens? Weren't we pummeled with meteors at that point?
Holy shit, Kabibble! No. What? Before it was formed, it was pummeled with meteors. The meteors would just go through the gas, ding dong. Once it gets thick enough together, you know what? You need to watch a video. You need to watch a couple documentaries. You got to watch, at least learn the model before you deny the model.
I don't understand how the formation of the sun could have ever happened.
We don't doubt that.
From nothing. Because
once again,
apparently we're from nothing. And if you're a scientist...
Yeah, we're getting there. He's starting to let it show, y'all. His insecurities are starting to show through his denials. It's going to come out. It's going to lead toward, if he accepts, this is the thing that's in CC's head. This is the thing that's getting CC fucked up. And I'm gonna body language this bitch. You can see it coming out of him. You can tell already. This is what it is. He thinks that if he accepts current science, it means that he's just from nothing, and that when he's gonna die, he's gonna become nothing. And he's so afraid of that he has to deny.
I guess they don't believe in God because they say we're an accident.
No, I do believe in God. I'm a very rare individual, I suppose, because I was an atheist for a very long time. But as I studied the universe and the world around me more and more and more, I realized that I myself realized that science, the universe, everything out there, even the Big Bang up to now, doesn't disprove a God. It doesn't say anything about a God. It just says about the mechanics of our universe. The whole God decision is well outside of that. Anyone that equates what's going on down here in the entire universe to whether or not there's a God is very confused, and they need to take a step back and look at it a little harder from the outside. And then I'm saying you may still be an atheist. You may decide there's a God. Either way. What I'm saying is accepting how the universe formed, looking at what we can prove and can't prove, taking all of our observations, accepting science says nothing about the existence or the non-existence of a God. CC, you yourself are stuck here, not us.
None of this should have happened. Okay, and that's what bothers me about
well,
scientists.
How do you know? There are so many scientists out there that believe in everything that's out there, current science holds, and still believes in God. And then there's a whole boatload of them that don't. So what are you trying to say? That every scientist has to be an atheist? Because that's not true. Einstein wasn't an atheist. Many of the old philosophers and many of the people that have drove science forward weren't atheists. Why do you equate? Sure, there's a lot of atheists that are scientists, but there's also a lot that aren't. I don't get why these guys do this. It's really weird.
Scientism. You know, because they don't believe in a creator. They believe that
This is very closed-minded, CC. You just talked about being open-minded. Why don't you go out and start asking people whether they believe in a God or not before you just assume that they don't? It's crazy.
Everything has been created from nothing. Zero.
That's not even what science says. This just shows more that you have no clue. Science doesn't say why the Big Bang happened. It doesn't know. It doesn't know anything about what happened before the Big Bang. The only thing science knows about before the Big Bang is that certain laws were possibly in effect before the Big Bang, and then certain laws might have been formed due to the Big Bang or due to the universe expanding. So that's the only thing we know. And honestly, I look at it and say, you see the Big Bang and you see the way everything happens and works. I don't see how it says anything either way about the existence of a God, personally?
Nothing.
That sounds like a hang-up you've got, Cece. You ever notice that a lot, like most every one of the Flat Earther YouTubers that are out there, like Jaren, Bob, and Cece, many more too. I think Oakley fits this bill. I think Sleeping Warrior does too. They equate what you believe about the natural world and science to you not believing in God, even though that's just an absurd statement for many people. You ever notice that they all have that in common?
To make you think you feel insignificant.
Maybe you just feel insignificant.
A little speck.
I don't feel insignificant in any way.
When you're not. And then they had to come out with something else to kind
Huh. It's weird.
of like make up for that because I guess people finally woke up maybe at some point and said to the scientists.
People woke up and said something to the scientists. This is very specific for you throwing this wide net out to all scientists and all people. It's a very specific thing you're describing, but...
You know, maybe we should come up with something like a black hole or something like that, and, you know, things are getting sucked out of the universe, and then there's a white hole on the other side, and
do you think that people came up to certain scientists and said that they said this...
And that's what's created our whole universe
That's not even what they say. No scientist has even ever said that.
here is from the back of a black hole. Think about that, though. So
You're gonna wreck. I keep thinking about you wrecking when you spend a lot of time looking at your phone while you're driving so fast.
all an ass. If you think about it, that's how ironic it is, isn't it?
What? We are all an ass? You just said this, Cece. You said this. Scientists didn't say this. No one else said this. You did.
With such a preposterous saying like that we're the back of a black hole. That's pretty much how we were created.
No one's ever said that, Cece, at all. And again, you're making shit up or you're just crazy. I don't know.
Oh, it just gets so bad.
No, it is bad. Yeah, you're definitely getting bad.
None of these scientists have anything that they can tell us of anything of flat Earth.
You know what we should do? We should actually ask ourselves why you keep continuing to go live in your car when you're alone, not when you're home, not when you're anywhere else. And you sit and act like when you're alone, these are the things that go through your mind. You have these crazy thoughts that just bounce around in your head. And you've discovered that with a phone that you could go live and spit these thoughts out to other people. And since doing that, you continually go back to this, because I've heard you give this argument several times, and it gets worse every time you do it, and you get more unhinged every time you do it. I really think you're very, very insecure and scared due to some assumption you've made about science, the natural world, scientists, and God. It's what it seems like.
Except that it's a mirage. That's all they can come up with.
Who said it was a mirage?
All they can come up with. So think about the formation of the sun. Think about the ridiculousness of the sun and how it was formed.
Well, then how do you say it was formed? Do you have a better idea, or are you just going to say it's redonkulous?
And then think about the chances of a solar system being formed. And think about
the chances. It seems pretty like a high. It seems like a high probability. If there is a bunch of, you know, dust and gas and stuff floating around, seems like a high probability that things are going to form into planets and suns.
The Walt Disney World story that they create.
If you go to school, they'll actually teach you how it's not a Walt Disney World story. If you go actually get a little education.
That's all it is.
No, it's not.
I believed in it.
No, you didn't. I don't even think you learned anything about it. I don't think you paid attention in school at all. I think you got out of school either by the skin of your teeth or you dropped out. And then all these years later, you're taking small little chunks of what you remember and conflating it with the conspiracy theories that you watch on YouTube until you've become this angry little man in his car.
You did too. We all believed in it. they're hitting us with chemtrails pretty much for the last 4 hours.
No, they're not. And if you want to prove that, you can. But until you get out there, take some samples, take some tests, actually show us how they've added some chemicals that are doing these things you claim, I'm not buying it. I'm not going to buy it at all until somebody does some actual testing and proves some shit.
Now they've totally saturated the sun. Can't even see it anymore at this point.
Yes, you can.
Covered behind the white sky. White clouds.
Well, if they're white clouds, then they're obviously not chemtrail, ding dong, because they're white because they're pure clouds. They're just, you know, a lot of water vapor and shit.
Okay. There is blue in the background. So, okay, this is another thing I wanted to get into real quick, and that's with vaping.
Oh, I can't. Oh, vaping. Well, hey, I'm vaping right now. What do you got, buddy?
I was actually, my boss is really pissed off because in October 4th is when they're passing this law. Okay. All of the vaping products here in New York, except mine, because it's regulated, the flavored ones you buy in a jar, they're all going to be banned. Okay.
Well, I doubt that because it's easy to make the shit.
He likes those. So, and I was getting to talking to him. And
who? You didn't state a person. Once again, you're talking about someone like you did with the YouTuber earlier, but you haven't referenced them yet. What are you doing?
And I was thinking about why they were doing this because I brought this up in an earlier video.
Okay, I've gone on too long with this. I got several other videos to get. It's getting late. I wanted to freaking chill a little bit, and I'm not going to have time to already, so let's move on. Cece, I'm going to debunk you every day from now on when you make a new video, because you crazy, and I like debunking crazy. Ooh! I'm excited about this one. We've got somebody who's going to take a nice shot at Red's rhetoric. The YouTuber Red's rhetoric. So we're going to go in and we're going to hear what they have to say about Reds and decide whether or not they have met their burden of their claim. It's going to be fun. Let's go. All right.
Can I just ask if anyone wants to leave? This Antonio Subarats is trying to get in.
Oh, shit.
Right, I'll tell you what. I'll back out so Antonio can get in. Let me back out. Antonio.
All right, Antonio, get your ass in here.
Taking one for the team. You guys know who Antonio Subarats is, don't you? This is Antonio.
Is coming out daytime. So let's see what you think of this. 4 or 5 or maybe 6 men. They jump on me like I was made out of chocolate cake. Yeah. So daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Ooh, no.
That's him. Here we go.
Hats off to you, sir.
Way to take one for the team.
I ain't taking my head off to that motherfucker.
That motherfucker.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so question for Gem Panda.
Question for Jim Panda. I've never seen this clip. All right, this could get good, dude. This could get exciting.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Jolly good. Okay, so I have a question for either you or Gem Panda. Which would you like to answer this question? Oh, no, it's not so much a question, but it's more a request for everybody in the chat. Can either of you explain the difference between centripetal and centrifugal force, please?
Point of reference.
Well, I'm going to let Red do that, but before I do, Antonio,
yes.
You don't have to, everything doesn't have to be a gotcha. Knowing what I know of Antonio, it's unlikely he's going to come in here and make some sort of heavy scientific debate with Red.
Okay, so the question I asked Jeremy...
Oh yeah, this might get pretty good here. Let's see here.
Angle that he wants to approach it.
By the way, this was just uploaded today, and it was labeled Red's Rhetoric Gatekeeping the Flat Earth. Charlatan, Zealot, Destroyed. Somehow I don't think that he is a charlatan or a zealot, and I don't think he's going to get destroyed here, but let's listen.
From. And I think we should at least allow him a few minutes to do that, and hopefully you'll stick around, Red, and we'll get back to the science when Antonio.
I hope so, because that's what I'm actually here for. Because I'm not here talking about the
I
understand that, mate. But give
wonderful. Now you both heard my question about centrifugal and
Yeah, he already answered you. He just straight up answered you the minute you asked the question, stupid. Why in the hell are you asking him again? And why do you have that dumb map behind your head? This guy, he's freaks me out, bro. He's like, you know how Oakley looks like a serial killer? This dude does too. Definitely, there's like a little bit of serial killer built into this guy.
Centripetal force, did you not?
Right.
Correct.
Yes. Which of you would care to describe these two forces to the people listening?
He already gave a pretty damn good explanation of the difference between the two. I heard it.
So, either Red or
Super Rats, if you shut your mouth, they might have a chance
or
to.
Gem Panda, would either of you please, for the benefit of the listeners...
Yeah, how in the world are you putting Charlatan, Zealot, and Destroyed with Red's name? It should be Subarat's name, Charlatan, Zealot, and Destroyed here, because the dude, obviously, doesn't even care to have him answer.
And subsequent listeners, describe centripetal and centrifugal force.
What Reds is typing away on Google and still gets absolutely destroyed? How are you destroyed in answering a question like that? No one, look, whether we, as whether you're a flat earther, whether you're a globe or whatever you are, and hear me out, because this is ridiculous, whether you know some fact right in the front of your mind or not, has nothing to do with getting destroyed on some flat or globe thing like this is implying. It's just dumb. Could you make an argument to how not knowing the difference between those forces has something to do with being destroyed or not? Maybe.
Okay, so
I didn't hear any typing, by the way, at all.
Anyway, they're two sides of the same coin. Centrifugal.
It took a while to respond there. It didn't take a while for him to respond. Antonio asked him 4 times, and then they stayed quiet for a minute to probably make sure he wasn't going to keep running his mouth. If Antonio would have asked once, by the way, he did respond early on. I'll play it when we get done. He said, I forget what he said in the beginning, but let's let him go.
Centrifugal force is the tendency of an object following a curved path to fly away from the center of curvature.
And then the other one is the opposite direction, correct?
When a centripetal force is a force that keeps an object moving along a uniform
Yeah, exactly. He described it perfectly, and
path around that point. A uniform path around that point.
are you kidding me? You want to talk about cherry picking? Okay, let's skip to here.
That would be
get past his little soundless cut.
F little c equals mv to the second over r, and if you
the sheer fact that Reds even knows part of the equation to me demonstrates that he's done his homework. You don't have to memorize every equation. You know, this is a good advertisement for Reds, so I'll just play it.
look at the other one, its equation is also fc equals mv to the second over r. Why the fuck do I know these things by heart?
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that too, right?
You know, it's frustrating that I have to fill my head with all this stuff.
But Red just beat me to it.
Okay.
So, anyway, so yeah. do you have a science?
Could you maybe ask Antonio why he cares if you memorize these things?
Question or something involving...
Yes. Less with impatience. Patience is a great thing. Okay.
Well, also, not repeating yourself 80 times is a great thing there, Antonio, when asking somebody a question.
I wish I had that.
Okay. So, centripetal versus centrifugal, both the same equation. Okay.
Yes, both same equations.
The same event happening.
It's revolving around, rotation around a body.
Yes, but if you're describing it with equal equations, it's the same event.
What now? That's not true at all. What do you mean by what does he mean by this? Dude, this doesn't make Antonio look good at all up to now. Maybe he'll redeem himself. Let's give it another second because this is just boring.
Is it not?
Yeah, you're going along a curved path and there's a force to be introduced on that curved path.
There are two forces.
No. Two forces. You just what?
No, there's one force, and that's a force you're going to be falling out.
No.
When you fling it out, so it's like here's the it all determines a series of events. So for example,
no, you don't need to give examples.
What's funny is that people keep uploading videos like this with these kind of titles. That's what's funny about
we've all seen, we've all done things.
Then if we all heard examples, I'll ask you this: What would mud? Hang on. Mud flying off a tire would be an example of what?
Say again.
Mud.
Oh yeah, I hit him with it, Reds.
Flying off of a tire at speed would be an example of
don't
what?
Oh, Antonio can't tell you which force it is with mud flinging off the tire, but he wants to try to get you. Asking you this question, huh?
Irrelevant.
This is a great moment of the past here. You get me? And what's a great moment of the future is that some idiot uploaded this, acting like it made Reds look bad in any way.
Things, okay? You've described.
Okay, if you don't.
No, you have to answer his question. You came in asking him a question, and then you made a big deal, and so did the uploader made a big deal about the fact that he didn't answer it fast enough and blah, blah. Why isn't... So the uploader better put in a slide right here that says, why doesn't Subarats answer Red's question? Oh, fuck. Where was I?
An example of what? It would be an example of
don't bring irrelevant things, okay?
It's not irrelevant. He's asking you if you know the difference because you asked him. He explained that he knows the difference and he even knows the equations. You, on the other hand, need to answer whether or not you know the difference.
You've described...
Okay, if you don't want to bring actually relevant things into us, I understand.
Yeah, no, you've just quoted two equations which are the exact same equation. Well, one equation which is actually a mirror image of itself. Yeah?
How could that be? They are the same. Why would it not? Why would it be different? I'm saying. And how do you know that one of the values isn't different for one equation than another? Well, how do you, like, wouldn't it be just the opposite for one? Only one part of the equation would have to be different anyway, because it's describing the exact same thing, whether it's dipping in or dipping out. So that would be normal.
For describing two.
Okay, so we're moving on. I just wanted to make this point with this video. That not only is the uploader biased in trying to hold reds to some standard with answering the question and doing this and that, but he's not even holding that same standard to Super Rats, who should be held to the standard of why he dodged telling which force it is. Why is he even asking these questions if he doesn't understand these things basic enough to know which force flings away and which force flings forward, when he's trying to make this gotcha point against Reds and Panda? Also, definitely shows you that not even the uploader knows the difference. But that the very sided issue here. Okay, what else we got here? Let's get this done. I'm not gonna play this. I played it at the beginning of the show, but we've got Panto Math. How ironic. Sunset on our flat Earth. The sun wouldn't dip behind a horizon if it was flat. Good job, dum-dum. We were going to play this and go through it. It's Anders Zace, I think. NASA is set to tear down the 69 fake moon landing lab, of course. Yeah, sure. But all it does is go through with some basic flat Earth idiocy that I was going to show you, because it's actually some really good clips if you're not looking at them through the lens of flat Earth. Then we were going to get into some blood over intent bullshit, but of course we're not, because blood over intent is bullshit, but it's funny to listen to, so we'll just skip it. We've got Nightline Flat Earth Conference debunked. I really want to watch this, but we just might have to wonder. No, I should be able to play it if it's up on this dude's channel without getting a copy strike. Yeah, all right, let's go. I'm interested.
We'll start with some basic questions. The sky is... In a world where it feels like nothing is as it seems. Blue.
It's blue, of course. Oh, the sky's blue. The sky's blue.
1 + 1 is...
2. 2.
2. There's at least one truth we thought was indisputable. And the Earth is...
Flat. Flat.
The Earth is flat.
My reality, my senses tell me that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Or so I thought. But for the people attending the first Flat Earth International Conference here in Cary, North Carolina, their Earth indisputably is not round.
Everybody here can agree on absolutely one thing, which is it is not a globe.
For centuries, a flat Earth was accepted as certainty until science and sailboats said otherwise.
And one of the rules of power is you never admit that there's someone bigger than yourself.
But it wasn't until 2015 when this guy, Mark Sargent, posted his flat Earth clues.
Part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in.
Too bad they've all been completely debunked up to now.
You're kind of the, father of this movement. How would you...
Father of the lie.
Don't do that.
You're the one who sort of started it all.
I did not invent flat Earth.
You notice how he's like, no, don't do that. He's tickled purple that she said that. He loves it when people say that shit to him.
All I did was walk up to a door, point at it, say, you know what? I think there's some really interesting things on the other side of this, and check it out for yourself.
Months to rally. Kim Gurley. Amy Nicholson wrote a book of poetry about her flat Earth journey. A few months flat and 7 months to rally. Kim Gurley came to the conference.
This lady wrote a book of poetry. I'm gonna read my book. The flat Earth is... Transition. Get away. Get away from that lady. Don't let her talk. Don't show that shit.
Houston.
I haven't really come out all the way yet. I'm still a little in the closet.
The North Pole's in the middle.
I'm here at the Flat Earth Conference, but I haven't come out all the way.
Laney Innavale came from even farther.
I mixed with quite a lot of flat earthers in New Zealand.
You know flat earthers, I guarantee it, but you don't know who they are because they...
No, I doubt it. I doubt it so completely. No way.
They're afraid of talking about it.
No.
2, 3.
No, that's the opposite of what it is.
Like
No, you are crazy, but isn't it so, you know, when your cult has to have a slogan, and it is, "We're not crazy," then you've got some problems. Even the Kool-Aid drinking cults of the 90s had better slogans than that. They said things like, "We're gonna drink the Kool-Aid," or "The UFOs are coming." Your slogan being, "We're not crazy," priceless.
1, 2, 3. We're not crazy!
Like many modern movements, this one has grown in large part out of the internet, with rappers like Odd TV evangelizing to hundreds.
Odd TV! Yes!
Hundreds of thousands of
Because his music's very odd. It's not good. It's very bad. But it's odd.
subscribers.
No more living on a cartoon.
No more living on a cartoon ball. Instead, I'm living on a cartoon flat earth, y'all.
And YouTube channels like
Globebusters.
encouraging skepticism about what you've been told.
No, they definitely aren't encouraging any skepticism whatsoever. They're encouraging you swallowing their propaganda.
For the serious students here at the conference,
And this has got to a point now where it's becoming real.
it all comes down to proof.
When it comes to science, there's things you can test right now, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of things we could test. How about the entirety of science?
Fire burns, water's wet, drop something.
Well, that's your problem. If you think that's science, no wonder you believe in a flat earth, Mark.
Falls to the ground, that appears to be gravity. Those are things you can
No, it doesn't appear to be gravity.
test, right?
But the
It is gravity.
curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth, unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true.
According to dum-dums.
A lot of people are going, this is
crazy, right? But
It is, yes.
think about this. For the last 20, 25 generations, this is what we've told people.
Unlike
No, they didn't tell me this. They proved it. I had to test it for myself. It wasn't just some, believe it because we'll get you if you don't. Anytime I wanted to go deeper and look at the reason why something does what it does, there is science there. There are experiments there. There are observations there. And it's all readily available to you. It's not being hidden. Maybe if they had been hiding all the experiments, all the data, I'd be willing to believe a slight bit. I'd be willing to be like, maybe. But it's all right in front of you. It's not like you can't go to a library and spend your whole life there and still not walk away without more to look at. You can do that. Very much so. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to believe in this I myself have been trying to prove the flat earth for a long time. I've been trying to sit down and ask myself how the sun and moon rotate over the flat earth and be able to still observe what we observe out my window. And it doesn't work. But I'll be damned. Not only does the globe work, I can predict where the sun will be, where the moon will be, and where every single star in the sky will be at any given time in the future, or where it was in the past. That's some science.
Like what we've been told in school, some flat earthers imagine the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere.
Well, we know that can't be true. I just showed the debunk on that earlier, but go ahead, ABC News.
The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything.
Well, that doesn't work. It doesn't fit with the observations of our natural world, so you're going to have to just throw that right away. Or believe in a fantasy land. If you want to admit you're believing in a fantasy, then I'm good. You can go believe in it all you want. You want to sign up into the club, go join it. Spend your time there and have a good time while you're doing it. But if you're going to tell everybody that it's real or that it's scientific, that's when you're going to get debunked.
Everything in.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure.
That's not what you say now. That's not what you said a month ago. You said, I don't know. I just know it's not a globe. I've got the clip.
Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure.
No, there's not some details to be worked out. Every detail is to be worked out. Every detail.
But the basic concept
is wrong. Provably.
Is sound. Absolutely sound. And one thing
It's not. Like I just showed earlier. I won't even repeat it. I just showed it.
Again, we absolutely know for.
But can I make a point? Why I can? Why, thank you. He's on the news lying. You think he hasn't been reminded over and over and over with videos tagged in his names, comments, emails, tweets, and other pieces of information? He actually has admitted to receiving all of it. You get me? He's seen the things that Professor Dave showed in the video I showed you earlier. Why hasn't he worked that into his model and then walked around telling people this stuff? I know this video is not completely recent. It's an upload of a older video, but still, I think it's worth looking at.
For fact, this ain't it.
So those...
The ball isn't it, huh? Oh, yeah. The globe's not it. That's just what you have to say to be in the club.
Iconic blue marble images.
Oh, here we go. Now you're going... What the fuck is this? What does that get freaking cut in there for? Who are you? Flat Earth debunker that likes to make fun of Trump, looks like. All right.
Seen from space.
No, that is incorrect. They do use the word photos or photographs when they are photographs. They use the words composite when they are composites. So that's not true.
Seen from space, flat earthers denounce them as fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or...
Not on every picture. Sure, there are some composites. There's a lot of real photos. There was real photos of the moon. I got a whole freaking pack of released, later released images from NASA. I believe they were released in a book in the 80s. Finally, somebody archived them and put them out on the internet a couple of years ago, and I grabbed the pack and downloaded it. They are 100% photos of the moon and of some of the craft orbiting around it. I don't know what mission it's from, but they were just not released earlier because they were extra images they never put in anything. And finally, somebody had got them and put them out. And they are actual images. They're not composites.
Or animation, or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph.
So ridiculous.
Of the Earth.
Yes, question.
So if you think you have questions,
Feel free to line up and ask.
Yeah, but if you ask a question that debunks him, be ready. Be ready.
While I'm reading the opening statement.
the flat earthers have many, many more.
This is what returns to Earth.
Which is why I thought someone who's actually seen the Earth from space might have some answers.
1 + 1 is?
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
And the Earth is?
Round, 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 round.
Oh, here we go.
Round.
And I realized the Earth was round, round, round.
What is wrong with people stating that the Earth is round? Nothing. This is just effective propaganda. This is how you beat it into their heads. There needs to be a study on the propaganda that flat earthers use, and it needs to be compared to the Pizzagate and QAnon and other conspiracy theories, because you're going to see a lot of similarities.
Can you tell us if it's round or if it's flat?
It's round. It's round. It's round. It's round.
I know, right? You got to make sure you repeat that part, because my goodness, you wouldn't want it to just slip by there.
In other breaking news, the world is round, 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 round.
Oh my God, they never say sphere, huh? That, you know, good point. I'm going to become a flat earther by that. That is a great point. I'm converting. I'm converting because of that. Good job. I'm with you.
Just like it is here, this model of it.
Professor Mike Massimino spent more than 20 days in space and worked on the Hubble telescope.
Well, you know what's great about this? It's completely impossible with observations. Go out and take a look at the world around you. Take some observations and see if this is possible. Or you could just go look at any of the debunks out there that show why this is impossible. Do they keep using it? Yeah. They'll always use it. They're going to always use this Why? Because it gives them an excuse. They don't care if it's real or not. It just gives them that little dopamine hit. Yay! And if the world looks like that, it'll be easier to believe in God? I don't know. I don't know what it does for them.
So when you looked at the planet, what did it look like?
It looks round, folks. It is round. My eyewitness account, and I looked at it as much as I could. It is round.
There are many fisheye lens shots because fisheye lenses let you look at a large field of view, but there are also many non-fisheye lens shots, and they all show around Earth. This is a dumb point, a moot point. Hey, you notice how everything here is bending that tiny little bit towards the edge, but you still see the curve right here where everything's not bending? Huh, wonder why that's happening. Flat Earth? The fisheye lens keeps a perspective in this spot.
We're in the final countdown. How you doing over there?
His popular...
Okay, we're going to skip ahead, or we'll be here all night. Oh, goodness, here we go. So this is a really crazy blood over intent flat earth video, but it's short, so we'll go ahead and get through it, even though it's late and I have streamed way too long. Oh, my God, we're going into the 4-hour mark. I got to stop doing that. It's good for watch time. It's good for views, but it's bad for the playback. No, it's useless to even leave this on the channel because it's such a long video, no one's going to have time to watch it.
Most of you think it's
at least the beginning of it's good. That's all I try to do. I just try to do a really good beginning, and then any of the long streams at least are good in the beginning. So
crazy when I tell you to write out on a piece of paper, I intend to bring forth heaven on earth for the benefit of all.
I'm not going to play Blood Over Intent tonight. We're going to go into it in a video coming up soon. But if you ever want to be scared, like, you know how like we like watching dumb conspiracy videos? Well, if you like horror movies and dumb conspiracy videos, search for Blood Over Intent on any given day. Restrict it to a daily search so that you get today's Blood Over Intent videos, and watch this brand of Flat Earth crazy, because Blood Over Intent is the craziest Flat Earth crazy. Next up, very short video, Flat Earth crepuscular rays. Morning.
My backyard crepuscular rays.
Cool.
Rays coming in over here.
Uh-huh.
We got rays coming down over here to the wheel valve.
Sure.
And we got rays coming over here to the greenhouse.
Hey, you want me to debunk you really quick, dum-dum? Why, great. I'd love to debunk you really quick, you dum-dum. Walk right over through that bush. Walk right through that little gate of yours and walk on the other side of the foliage. Just do it right now. Right now with your camera. Walk right through there. Are you going to be burnt alive by the sun that's on the other side of your foliage? Because it looks like the sun's on the other side of your foliage, doesn't it? I mean, hell, like you said, you've got them going this way, that way, that way, that way. So where do those all point to? Well, let's look. Oh my God, the sun is right on the other side of your foliage. You can't walk through it. You can't go back there. You'll be burned alive. Wait a minute, why isn't the bush on fire? I mean, if we trace the path of these rays, the sun should literally be on the other side of that bush.
And fire pit area.
Are you okay? You really think the sun's on the other side of your bush? It's a small and local source. Wow, you're a dummy.
All coming in from our close.
They're coming in from your trees.
Local.
It's in the trees. It's in the trees. Holy shit, this guy's stupid. I gotta see if there's any comments down here. Let me reload it. It didn't load. Are you shitting me? This is like the 9th time this week. This is the 9th time this week that I make fun of a video and they yank it off the internet right when I do it. This is the 9th time this week. I need a collage of all the times that the people remove their video right when I'm making fun of it. Can you throw me my cartridge right by you somewhere? It should be right on the other side of you. Okay. It really is. It's at least the 3rd time this week. I know I'm exaggerating when I say the 9th time. It's at least the 3rd time this week that I've made fun of a video and somebody realizes they're getting made fun of. They hear my debunk. They click on my video. They're like, oh, so hey. They click on the video. Somebody says, oh, UNIRock's making fun of your video. They go click on my video. They're watching me, and they're like, oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh my god. I am an idiot. Oh my god, his debunk is sound and right at the same time. Hurry, take it down, take it down. That should tell you something, flatties. That should tell you something, flatties. I've been debunking a long time, y'all. Just get used to that shit around here. It's gonna happen at least once a week. Soon as I get, like, I'll just throw out a fucking awesomely comedic debunk on somebody, and they're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm stupid, I have to take it down. They know, they know.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but
Well, it's actually completely normal that we don't have the technology to go to the moon anymore. Because it took a massive rocket. And we don't use a massive rocket unless we have a massive payload. Why? Because it costs a shit ton of money to launch a massive rocket like the insane, the great, the gargantuan, the undescribable Saturn V. The biggest rocket made by mankind. A literal feat of modern engineering that probably will never be replicated, or at least will not be in our lifetimes. The sheer fact that with the limited technology that these men and women had, that they could come together and build the Saturn V, and don't say the Saturn V isn't real, because there are not just one or two or three or four, but many, many, many documentaries that show every single part of the Saturn V being fabricated, assembled. They go through all the problems the Saturn V had, all the mathematics, every little bit of it, all the testing that went wrong, all the testing that went right. The Saturn V is one of the greatest accomplishments that mankind has ever been able to achieve. And it's real, and it was launched, and you can meet people that watched it launch. And for people, it's easy for liars. It's easy for evil people, for liars, for brainwashed zombie NPCs to say things like, that rocket from X amount of years ago, the more time that goes by, the easier it becomes for them to say, is fake. And when somebody wants to put down our country, when somebody wants to put down these massive accomplishments, They do it by trying to instill a conspiracy crazy in your head to make you think that these things never happened. Because if our country didn't do these great things, then we must have a reason for lying and we must suck, right? But then the sheer fact that we would make the world think that we did these great things, man, we're just evil people. We deserve to have our country torn down. We deserve to have our country exposed for all the big bad Saturn V lies, right? And that's the reason why this type of propaganda is put out. They don't attack the actual evidence. They try to come up with crazy, insane conspiracies to foster a hatred of what happened back then with these massive accomplishments. And that's why, of course, in retiring the Saturn V, we don't have a rocket that we could launch up there. By the way, the rocket has to be perfect. So if you can't say, well, go grab the old Saturn V from a museum and just fix it up and shoot it up there. No, you'd have to refabricate the entire thing. Okay? Not only that, you'd have to use the new technology we have and find ways. There would be even more problems to overcome, and there would be all new set of circumstances to deal with. But it's the best anti-American propaganda that exists. Make people think that the Saturn V was never fabricated, never put together, and never launched. And hell, you've got yourself the same level of propaganda that it would take you a year of ranting against America to instill in people, right?
Destroyed that technology, and
of course we destroyed the technology. My God. Just leaving it sit in a museum destroys it. Any rust, any weakening of any part of it, even the smallest bolt, even a bolt could destroy the entire thing once it launches, because the entire rocket feels the force of the launch. The entire rocket is holding itself together. The forces are hard to even imagine. So yes, why is it weird that we don't have the technology anymore and that we'll have to make new technology to go? It's normal. How do you maintain it? How do you maintain it for 10 years? How do you maintain it for 30?
it's a painful process to build it back.
Didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat. It looks kind of flat.
See what I'm saying, man? If this is the best you got, if this shit right here is the best you got to prove something, why the hell do you believe it when the opposite is so obvious? This is God's flat earth, and he's got a doozy for you.
You've probably never heard of the guy who went paragliding in space.
No, we didn't, because it's not a real video. Dum-dum.
And it's because it never actually happened.
No shit, Sherlock.
This footage is something that someone put together on their computer.
And it's awesome. It's a nice little piece of art. It's kind of cool. It's neat to be able to think of you sailing that high over the earth, you know, just to fantasize about it, just to think about it, right? And to see how pretty this is, these two images that have been cut together. And they got the light right. They got everything right about it to where it looks very real, even though you know it's not real.
And then shared it on Facebook with everyone and did not pass it off as that's what really happened. That's
no, of course they didn't.
Just them showing off their skills.
Yeah, no shit.
And it's cool that they're doing stuff like this because...
Well, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't it be
because
cool?
It reveals how a lot of their tricks are done.
Oh, really? So that's evidence, is it, smart guy? That's evidence, is it, Mr. Smarter than everyone else? The sheer fact that that the technology exists for us to do things like, hey, I'm showing my tricks right now, aren't I? Hey, yeah, UNIRock doing a show proves that the moon landing didn't happen because obviously he's not sitting behind all these cool videos behind him. Oh no! And if he can fake that, with a green screen, then you know that exposes NASA and the moon landings, doesn't it?
And the ISS is one of those things that is old.
The ISS is real, and until you account for how we can take pictures of the damn thing from the Earth, you don't get to call it fake without being dubbed a dum-dum.
Always intrigued us some do. How have they pulled this off?
You a dum-dum, dum-dum.
Because we've caught them faking space in the past.
No, you didn't, dum-dum.
With these strings attached to satellites.
Oh, really, dum-dum? Yeah, did ya? So you were in the news and you were given the Nobel Peace Prize and you were given like all these cool like accolades for submitting a scientific paper that proved that it was nothing more than a string and it had to be that, and it was peer reviewed. Everybody agreed with you and you've been awarded and have the accolades to show it, do you? Or did you just upload a video to YouTube and say that you did this stuff?
And all that nonsense.
Yeah, it is some nonsense.
And you have here Bruce McCandless, who is apparently or allegedly floating in space.
Allegedly. So do you have some evidence to show that he's not? I'd love to have it because I'd love to submit it out there. I'd love to take your evidence, your absolute proof that this didn't happen, and actually show people that they lied and get it corrected and added to the annals of history if it's true. But I do think you could just be trying to get views and clicks and patrons and donations on YouTube by saying these things that aren't true.
Unattached to the spaceship that he was on.
Well, he's also wearing that giant-ass thing there that he's got on his back so that he can get back to the spaceship.
And you see him here. His arms move. Those are the
yeah, his arms do move. Duh. Hey, what, are you trying to say that he should be perfectly still in space or that he's a mannequin or
the
what?
only things that move. His feet never move.
Well, he's locked in place right now. You see, he's wearing a big thingy that will propel him back to where he needs to be.
Ever. Not even a hair. They just don't move. And I don't know if...
But, you know, have you ever researched the suit? You know how it holds the air in that it needs and keeps the pressure off of their legs so that they don't get their legs, you know, like fucked up from being out in space? Because it's very stiff. The suit is exceptionally stiff. It can be moved, but it's not comfortable to keep it moved. And why would you? What if you're like bending it and something fucked up happens and you puncture the damn thing? I don't know. I wouldn't bend my legs a lot if I was out in space. I would do whatever I could do to ensure the fact that I'm not going to die.
That's how he was trained. But you can see here, look at the curve of the Earth beneath this.
Yeah, so what?
Massive amounts of curve.
Because the Earth is curved. That's why you all have such a hard time proving that it's flat, because it's curved, bro.
And then later on, it goes away.
It didn't go away. You were just looking at it from a different angle. It was zoomed in.
Not as curved.
You ever noticed how it was zoomed in when you were looking at it over there, and it's not zoomed in when you're looking at him here?
Curved. Probably because he's so far away from the spacecraft now.
Holy shit, he was that far away earlier. It was just zoomed in.
And they're zooming in on him.
Well, see, you already know, so why are you bringing it up?
But impressive footage nonetheless. They did a really good job with this.
What?
You can see there's like a little bit of a glare next to his body as if he's laying on something.
Oh my God, bro, you are so dumb. If you want to prove it's fake, I'll be the first person to go live and tell people that you busted this mission for being fake. I'll be the first person. I'll help you get it out there. I'll submit it to people, like I'll submit it to freaking like the Daily Beast and shit like that. But if you're just going to talk shit and pretend for your YouTube audience, maybe you should do something honest from now on. You get me? You're not good at this. You're not good at it. Oh, we got Mr. Thrive and Survive next. Where did you come from, Mr. Thrive and Survive? Oh, goodness. Is it getting late? It's almost 2 a.m. Where does the time go when I'm streaming? Dude, I'll start streaming at like 10 o'clock, and before I know it, it's like 3 in the morning. I don't even know how it happens. Feels like an hour went by.
So here we like to discuss actual things, not just BS.
Oh my God, I don't believe you. You have a track record of the worst BS, Mr. Thrive. What, did you change your freaking tune or something? You've implemented new things to talk about there, Mr. Thrive and Survive. Have you got a new program for us? Because I'm sorry to say, I've seen some of your stuff and it's nothing but BS after BS after BS after. You could get a BS award, my dude. But I'll give you a chance. You're claiming that tonight will be different. You claim now there'll be no BS. Well, give it to me.
Okay. So, search my channel. There's plenty of proof.
No. Bing, bing, bing. Your past stuff is bad. Start anew. Take a new giant leap for Mr. Thrive and Survive kind with this video, okay? Try to please give us something. Don't just talk shit. Give us some.
Proofs, like 32-mile line of sight mirror.
Well, it's because you were up really high off the ground, you ding dong, and it's not gonna work anymore. You're not just gonna freaking sit and lie on YouTube unchallenged now. You're gonna be challenged. We're gonna reveal how utterly deceptive you are if you keep doing it, and you're gonna have to just either deal with it or stop the lies.
Reflections, three-way mirror reflections at the same time where all 3 points are seeing each other, and on and on and on. Double.
So we can see stars from light years away. And I don't even believe that you did this in an honest fashion, seeing some of your old stuff.
Laser test from, what was that one, 16 miles?
Well, how high up were you? There's a lot of factors that apply. You can't just say the earth is flat because I had a laser and I did this and that and this. If I want to take a laser 100 feet above sea level and then have some dude go, 10 feet above sea level, 50 miles away, maybe you'll be able to see the laser. I don't know. I'd have to do some math and have to look at it. But it doesn't prove the flat earth unless you've you've controlled your experiment. You've actually set this out. You do the math. So, you want to put it out correctly, we'll take a look. But until then, no.
Anyway.
Yes, anyway, move on. Hook me up with your stuff from today, please.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you show, your own science, your own.
Because it's not science. You don't go to school. You don't learn how to do science. You don't know how to make a controlled experiment. You don't know how to make sure that there's no other explanation there. A lot of you guys will go out and measure moonlight and then say, the moonlight's colder than the sunlight. See, it's a flat earth. And then you really think it too. You really don't know anything about, doing a couple more tests to see if there's other factors causing the decrease in the temperature. And that's why we don't trust your experiments unless they're done correctly there, buddy.
Freaking science that you love states that the earth does not move. Did you?
What? I thought you just said you were going to be honest today, Mr. Thrive and Survive. I did not know that because it's not true. You're lying.
No, you haven't looked it up. So.
No, I've looked it up. You're lying.
That's what I'm getting to next. So.
Yeah, you can just say things and it just makes it true.
Anyway, the 120 miles out is interesting, but I don't know how high those towers were.
Yeah. Oh, now we find out that he was up really high towers when he took these observations that you could see far on. Well, who would have thought?
I don't know what the elevation is.
How about you take your freaking measurements from sea level? Because if it's a freaking flat earth, you'll be able to see from sea level as far as you're unobstructed. How about you do that, ding dong?
I know they were on the sea coast, the east coast of the UK, so I got to do a little bit more research there to see how.
If you were raised above sea level at all, throw out the damn observation. Just throw it away. You raise a few inches, you're going to see further. The curve's going to be further away. You raise a few feet, it's going to be a lot further out. It's a big earth. Take your observation from sea level.
Ridiculous. That may or may not be on a ball. But one of the other things that came up.
Well, then you can't make the assertion that it's flat.
Later in the series, this was towards the end of the war. I think it was episode 10, 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there. I think there's only 11.
These guys have a habit. You ever notice they have a habit of talking about shit that they haven't brought up? They just will start talking, and then all of a sudden they're like, back in World War II, da 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 da, and it's like, they jump and jump and jump and jump with no lead. There's no lead in. There's no explanation.
11 episodes. It's called something the Pacific War or the Island War, something like that. And
okay, now that helps. That kind of helps.
Two things they mentioned there. One was Tokyo being bombed with incendiary bombs.
And let me guess, equals a flat Earth. Is that where we're going with this?
Bombs. And that could be seen, I think, 150 miles away.
Holy shit, dum-dum. You can see really far away if you go up high enough.
Over the city. But even more importantly, because this was at its sea, I think it was in the
and it matters where you're at when you look.
Philippine Sea. I could be wrong with that, but it was very late in the war, and there was a destroyer. I think they called it a Japan Super Destroyer, was attacked by the Allies, and it blew up.
Okay. I like history, Mr. Thrive and Survive. I do like my history, but where are you going with this?
And they could see the fireball This is exactly how he said it. Hey, Mike Ball. How you doing, Mike? So anyway, they could see the fireball. This is at its sea now. So we don't have to worry about elevation things.
You do have to worry about elevation. You don't. I hope you're not going to say. You know that this guy said he saw it from carrier, right? You're not going to, all of a sudden, we're not going to look into it and find out this guy was in a plane or anything, right?
Things like that. An modern aircraft carrier, the deck is about 106 feet, something like that.
Well, that's a lot of feet. 106 feet. You act like that's nothing? That's 10 stories. You're 10 stories up, bro, from sea level. And you're going to tell me that doesn't help you see out. That makes you see out an incredible amount compared to sea level.
Or, no, I'm sorry, 96 feet above the...
That's still a lot. 96 is 9 stories.
Well, my carrier was 96 feet above the ocean.
Well, then, Jesus Christ, of course you're going to see far, and that's probably why they built them that high, so they can see far out on the ocean. That doesn't mean the Earth is flat, ding-dong.
So, hey, good to see you too, Trevor.
Can you just finish your thought? I'm busy. I want to play a video game before I go to bed. I'm a busy guy, Mr. Thrive and Survive.
So, hey, Music Man, good.
Holy shit, son.
Good to see you. Welcome, Dave. Dave, you still coming to Nevada?
Oh, my God. Can you just call him afterwards? Can you just use your phone later, Mr. Thrive and Survive? We're busy people.
Well, I hope I didn't miss you already if you came.
I hope you didn't miss him either. You seem like a nice guy. You should be hanging out with your friends and doing fun stuff. Just stop lying about the shape of the Earth.
So they could see the fireball from this destroyer when it got blown up at sea.
Okay.
150 miles away.
Okay. I wonder if they could just see the light in the sky. I doubt they saw the actual fire. They could have just saw in the dead of night. Back then, it was really dark everywhere. There wasn't as much light pollution as there is now. You get a big-ass fire 100 miles away. Who knows if you're going to see that shit flickering around up in the sky, dude.
150 miles away they could.
You don't know what they saw. You don't know the description of it. You don't know if, like, you just don't know. And besides that, you just admitted that it's from 100 miles above sea level.
See the fireball. Now, how high did the fireball go? Well,
Oh, that's another point. I wasn't even thinking about that. The fireball itself could have went 30 or 40 or 50 feet up in the air. You got to think. You got to add that into the equation too, there, ding dong.
You could say maybe 20-story building. So I figured, well, this.
You know what? The more I look into these claims of a flat Earth, the more I realize they're just stupid. Okay? No insults. You're just stupid. It's not an insult. It is an accurate descriptor. You got me? Mr. Thrive and Survive, you are unintelligent. You could fix this. You got to start training your brain. You got to start reading and studying. Who else did we look at tonight? I don't know. Globebusters Bob. You are unintelligent. You need to do some studying. You need to stop being so Dunning-Kruger confident, and you need to actually try to go out and learn act like, you're not trying to prove shit. You're just neutral and go learn the globe model. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Learn the globe model exactly as they teach it, and then you can go in and start trying to find problems and holes in it. And for God's sakes, who knows? You guys might make the next discovery. You guys might actually find something that someone got wrong and can fix. It's not going to prove a flat Earth, but at least you could do something valuable with your time. But when you're just trying to get the model wrong, every single example, what have I shown you tonight? Every single individual that I have brought up got the model wrong. The globe model, the mathematics, the observation, the height above sea level, whatever it may be, every single person talking got it easily wrong. That's the thing that I tried to pull together for you tonight. Okay? Why do they do this? Well, I'm going to tell you why, because I've studied scammers on the internet for years now and busted many of them. They make money doing this, and their audience likes this type of content where they make a discovery. That's the thing that does it. You make a discovery, you get cocky, you get confident, and you act like you've defeated the bad guy. What's wrong with this? I mean, it is good content, right? Because we've had a couple big discoveries ourselves, like when we caught Tracy Beans in the hotel in Washington setting up the next website scam with the guy that made the website when she acted like she was just a person that found the website. When we caught her doing that, it was massive. You know, my point is, though, that's what they want. They want the gotcha. They want that hit of dopamine that everybody watching is like, oh my fucking God, it just happened live. And it is an excellent thing. It is an awesome thing. But the problem is, if it's fake and you're lying, your audience will eventually wake up to what you're doing. They'll eventually fact check you. They'll eventually go in and they'll say, now hold on a minute. I got all excited over that and it turned out to be bullshit. Hold on a minute. That whole Coriolis bullet firing at the lighthouse thing, this guy left out one of the most obvious points of math that everybody could literally see as he did it. And he did it what seems to be purposely just so he could make the gotcha moment. And once they realize, once they go in and find out what you've done, they're not going to ever trust you again. They're going to start waking up, leaving your channel, and it's going to die off. And it happens to every scammer, happens to every one of you guys out there that tries to fabricate your shit and create your shit. And then you're going to be left, you know, sitting there with like the Morgile wondering, well, why doesn't everybody like me still? Why does everybody hate me? What's with all these downvotes? Why does everybody think I'm an addict? You get me? You're just going to be left fucked in the head. And what sucks about that is a lot of these flat earthers, if they would just be honest with their audience and get up there and try to be real and, you know, let people show them where they're wrong. Let people show them how they can take observations and prove things to themselves. They would keep their audience, and maybe they would take their audience into an educated place with them if they'd actually man up and do it. But that's not the easy way. That's the hard way. Why? Because if they did, they would lose a portion of their audience who are just there to hear the lies about flat earth. They're not there to be educated or get any truth. They just want the gotcha moment. They don't care if it's fabricated or not. And they don't want to lose people. They don't want to take a chance. They got to do the safe thing because, like Jaron, you spend 5 years believing in a flat earth and pushing a flat earth and getting 100 and some thousand subs and making $3,000 a month. You really think you're ever going to admit the truth once you realize it? You really think you're ever going to snap out of it? Because you're going to have to give away all that money if you do and start over. Nobody wants to restart their career. Speaking of which, I have a little bit of news for you before we go offline, and it's getting late and everybody's going to be going to bed soon. I am very shocked we have over 100 viewers this late at night. Thank you guys. I love you. You didn't have to hang out so long, but you're hardcore and I appreciate it. Several pieces of YouTube scammer news coming up now after this Saturday on this YouTube channel, the SHILLS. I have been invited to go live. That's tomorrow, Saturday evening, right around 7 or 7:30 East Coast time. I have been invited to go live and hang out with the SHILLS, and it's going to be fun as hell. What's even cooler is they had a surprise for me, and it is that one of my favorite YouTube creators, Conspiracy Catz, is going to be there with them Saturday. And I was like knocked out of my seat when they told me. I was like, you got to be kidding me, dude. I love that guy. We've got them up to 920. Come on, guys. We can do it. We can do it. Help me get these guys up to 1,000 by the end of this weekend. Please, please, please. Okay, so that was my first announcement, but I've got to update you on some YouTube scammers, and then I'm going to head to DLive. Shit, I don't even have time to go to DLive. I'm going to go to DLive, though, anyway. We're going to DLive after this. I don't care that it's late as hell. I am crazy for streaming so much. Let's go. Make sure you're there tomorrow. Ring the bell so you know when we're live at the SHILLS. Me and Conspiracy Catz and the SHILLS. It's going to be excellent. All right. So, A lot of you guys know about a guy named Able Danger, a conspiracy pusher who has been on YouTube for years and helped form certain crazy conspiracies like the pizza conspiracy, the Q conspiracy. He helped fund some YouTubers to spread some propaganda around. We busted them all a couple times, like all having a lawyer that they denied having until they got caught. Then they all admitted it, and then they didn't realize admitting you have the same lawyer means you're all working for the same company, right? Because who's paying for this lawyer? You've all admitted that you have the lawyer and you don't pay the lawyer. So what? You're all in the same company, but you just don't know each other. You're just random YouTubers. Well, Able Danger was a guy at the head of that group and helping form all the propaganda, all the BS, and put it out, all those conspiracies against Hillary. A good portion of them came from this group of people and were fostered by them. Turns out today, Able Danger's Twitter went protected. Out of nowhere. That's not all. Then his Vimeo channel, which was really big, where he was getting tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of views per week on his Vimeo channel, where he uploaded all of his live shows, all of his stuff, doing all of his crazy content with all of his little like multi-channel network friends, was deleted earlier today. Which is great. I am not for censorship unless you're going to try and get somebody hurt. And that's exactly what he did. A lawyer in Florida named Kim Picazio was threatened by Able Danger. He lied about her and said that she was trafficking and doing all these crazy things, and then gave out after saying this. Now, this is where her husband and her children live with her. Not only did Able Danger lie and say that she was doing all these criminal things, he then gave out her phone number. Everybody flipped out like, what? Then he gave out her address. And everybody's like, what? And then he started making comments about how she better be scared and shit. So they deleted his ass for cyber stalking and all that shit. Then there was a Able Danger global webpage. Now, one of the people that ran it was uploading content to it to try to smear a lawyer in Florida. He accidentally showed his identity. I don't know how he did it. I'm just telling you, this part about the website is more of a rumor. But not only did this guy show his identity accidentally while smearing the lawyer, threatening the lawyer, and carrying out these illegal acts, after he did, it was learned that the guy had a very expensive, a very well-paying job for a lot of years. Very good career. Guess what happened after they found out that he was updating this webpage while he was at work and threatening this lawyer? You can guess it. He lost his job. He was also the guy running the Twitter page that went protected at the same time. And Kim Picazio, the lawyer down in Florida, is taking legal action to protect herself from these people. And hopefully that she will not only get their social media presence taken away for doing these acts against her, but hopefully they'll get taken to court and have to pay some compensation and do a little bit of jail time. So let's all cross our fingers. I am against censorship, but if you're going to threaten people, if you're going to dox people and then try to instruct psychopaths to go hurt those people and their kids, just like Able Danger and his cohorts did, I do think they should be deleted in that instance. I will see you on D-Live in just a minute. Please consider a PayPal donation. The link's down below. Make sure you join the channel if you like what I do, because it's the only way I'm going to keep going. Like and subscribe if you can't do any of that, because it's just as good, and I'll see you tomorrow. But before tomorrow on the Shills, I'll see you on D-Live in just a minute.